The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension. Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. We're nearing the end of Stage 3, and things are heating up. We have our first team qualified into the playoffs. We have teams that have been eliminated from the league, and this next little bit of games are going to be so intense to figuring out which teams have what it takes to make it into the playoffs. My name is Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host for today. Joining me on the analyst desk, we have Dan and we have Ash. Ash, I love the glasses moment you've got here as well. What's up?
Nothing much. You talking about my glasses moment? I know Dan got another piercing as well that she's gonna show up on the broadcast. Like lots of updates here on the desk.
The classic challengers, I come here and I'm doing some random things, but yeah, I got a piercing, guys. Yay. I got it on my lip. I got it yesterday. It's feeling great. The other one got infected, so I had to replace it, so it is what it is.
And I have so much respect for you. I've been debating getting a hole in my ears for like the last 3 years and I can't do it. And you're like, yeah, I just got this yesterday and here I am for broadcast. No big deal.
You should do it. I recommend it.
I also vote yes.
One day. We got some, we'll talk about that later between us. We got some Valorant to talk about today because what we got to see last week was already just such a stage. Things have been really heating up for this Stage 3. Looking at these teams as well, I mean, it's a YFP, Dan, that continues to try and fight their way through to Winthrop University that are, again, trying to prove that they are one of the top teams that we have.
And Winthrop University was able to do it again with the score. Honestly, I was kind of 50-50 about that match. So, I mean, Winthrop University, as you said, they continue to show that they're that consistent team that can make it to the top as they were able to do it previously when we got the chance to see them in playoffs. I'm excited to see what Winthrop University is able to do here. I mean, I know that we're going to talk about YFP as well, but I feel like all of these teams are kind of in that mid-table trying to start making it to playoffs. And it does get to this point where you just start wondering who is able to fix those mistakes just in time, because it's coming to an end very soon.
It's almost too soon, and that would have been a great one for YFP, but Winthrop University and then we got the chance opportunity, Ash, to see the top 2 teams of the league phase off between Qbert and Envy.
I think what's so insane about this is that with Qbert securing their spot in playoffs at 4-0, that meant that Envy, their run was finally stopped. That Swiss stage run, that clean run that we'd seen for the last 2 stages. And I think it just says so much about how Qbert are finally figuring things out. We had questions about their inconsistency Stage 1 through Stage 2, but with Redux back onto that duelist role and having that comfort, it feels like everything's really been coming together there for Qbert with the new leadership in Caillou as well, with that change coming in here for the 3rd split. That team is looking dangerous.
They really are. And as you called out, ending that Envy undefeated streak that they had in Swiss, and with that Qbert to be the first team qualified here for the playoffs, But of course, there's still going to be quite a bit of opportunities for those teams to try and qualify. 4 wins is what you need. So these teams sitting at these 3-1 definitely still have a lot of possible chances. It's 4 times until you're out. But I'm not, Dan, eyeing up these 2-2 teams, even some of these 1-3s. Like there is some stacked teams here.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. The 2-2 teams, most of the teams are just falling right kind of in the middle. And that's just going to make it for this week, especially to be so chaotic, right? Trying to end that positive for the 2-2 teams. And again, trying to see if they had enough time, because like you said, you get those 4 losses, you're gone. You don't even get to make it to playoffs. You don't get to make it to Ascension. So knowing that pressure is going to be on, it's going to make these teams play a lot better, I feel like, for this week.
Yeah, I think it's crazy, like that elimination being on the line for this week. I know SRB versus Burger Boy is going to be on that off stream, but SRB, we have to remember that's the team that they took first place during the first split of this year of Challengers. And then Burger Boys, they look like such a hot prospect last split, and now falling down into that kind of placement. Things are definitely getting dicey here as we get closer and closer to Ascension.
And it's really interesting to see how over time things have really changed when we talk about the top teams, what they've managed to do, and kind of where they are sitting now in terms of the bracket. And I think, too, that this stage has been a lot of kind of rediscovering that, hey, some teams have cracks. And yeah, the talent across the board with these other teams is really strong. Like, you can't be caught slacking. So these teams sitting at these 2-2 specifically, and those 1-3s, these chances are slowly but surely running out. And 2 teams that we've been really following throughout this year, and our first matchup for today is TSM going up against YFP. Both of these teams have had really interesting stories when you're looking back at the year. Not everything has been positive. And sitting at these 2-2s, one of them is about to get 1 step closer to being eliminated. And I cannot believe that's a prospect we're talking about already. And let's talk about TSM first, because this is a team that has been really up and down, Ash, when you're looking at what they've been able to do. We got a couple changes going into this stage, and they started off the stage a little rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's shaky, right? Because you're saying goodbye to a Sim who got that call up, and then for Recoil as well, who ended up, I believe, actually switching regions even within the Valorant scene. And then having Alvin Boy and Timotino, it's been a little bit of an adjustment for that core of TSM. And I think Timotino, he's a duelist that has just looked so good in his previous roster, someone who can really rely on to be that explosive powerhouse. But Sim's shoes are also very big ones to fill in. And then for Alvin, it's also been that adjustment, getting used to like a new team. But that consistency, I think, has been coming forth for TSM. Despite that shakier start to this season, they've really seemed to turn things around, especially with their recent qualification to the Bell Esports Challenge, which is also that Red Bull home ground qualifier for Canada as well. I think TSM definitely have a lot of momentum to ride off of for the remainder of the Swiss stage.
And I'm definitely hoping they can, because every time I see this TSM roster, I say the same thing. This roster is stacked. You see the talent here, and it's a little frustrating sometimes when you are seeing some of these losses come across, because like what's necessarily not clicking. But being able to see the last 2 weeks were these wins, even if they were not quite these top teams, I definitely think is good. And I love that you call out that other momentum as well. And I think that as we go on further and further, we're seeing a lot of big step ups from these additions to the team. I mean, Alvin Boy is somebody, Dan, that on his previous team, there was a lot of praise for always being able to have these step ups. And we're going to be able to see that here on this TSM team as well.
Yeah, as you're mentioning previously, we used to remember some great performances for him. Some that really, I mean, I still think about him on the Killjoy and Icebox, and that's crazy because he's had so many other games since. But here for TSM, I really like what he was able to do when they were playing against Sat on this map of Haven. He had a lot of impact towards the C side, and I like that he's switching it up a little bit. This setup that he had towards C allowed them to have such a dominant one-sided affair when it came down to what was it? Was it 11-1? against Sad, and it was either the classic setup that he was doing towards C, getting some early info, getting some early rotations, and also willing to give that garage space when they needed to. The brawl fight towards that A side, it caused the side of Sad to try to contest C side a little bit more, and Alvin was just not giving them any space to work with. Really good with timings, really also understanding when he had to back up, when he had to get that space, and that's why he's such a difference maker for this team. That's why they won the way that they did on that map.
And when we're looking at a TSM that's trying to continue momentum, I'm looking at Alvin Boy to really be able to play, as you called out, and be able to provide TSM a little bit more of that backbone. But looking on the other end of things, we have a team that's definitely out for their own form of redemption. YFP, I feel like always the bridesmaid, never the bride is how I feel when I think of YFP, Ash, because I feel like they've had just such a rough go of it, which again, when I look at this team, I look at the names, I don't feel like it should be as rough as it is. Like, this is, I don't know.
I think that's the big thing, right? Is like individually, these players are so well known for their skills, but then the expectation for them to come together and then be able to show up as a squad was kind of missing during that first and second stage. I think this team has definitely improved as time has gone on. Obviously, they've had some of those roster changes, some of those role changes. B-Dog being back now onto that main duelist role, with Penny making his exit as well and joining actually the big leagues. So I think for YFP, we have seen that growth throughout the last two splits. Now is where we're really needing to see it come together. Sure, they might be 2-2, but they've got to start to continue to build up. They ended off last stage in that 4th spot, but you want to continue to see that improvement, especially when those ascension points are on the line, when you're trying to rack those up. And these players just have so much to prove given the history and the veterancy that is on this roster.
And I will say, when you're looking at a stage 3, it has been a little bit of a rough schedule for them. And that match they had against Winthrop University, that was a close one when you're looking at that game 3. So YFP have shown they're capable. It's about being able to step up again today and throughout the rest of stage 3 to get their way into these playoffs. And someone who's always been a really strong pillar of the team, when you're talking about veterancy and people that have that level as well, got to talk about Jake, because for YFP, I feel like, Dan, whenever he is there in the server, when YFP can start gaining that momentum themselves, it feels like it's always on the back of Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. Jake has also he's just incredible when it comes to clutching the rounds for the team, and also when it comes down to getting those multi-frags to set up those rounds a little bit better. He has always been very, very consistent when it comes to the controller role, and I just really like seeing him play. I just feel like something that the team is looking for. Even though Jake has been consistent, I feel like the team itself is looking for that consistency that sometimes comes from the individuals but not as a group. That's kind of what I feel like happened when they were playing against Winthrop. They had some great moments individually. It seemed like they could win it, but I mean, to be fair, that ended up being corroded, and we know that teams are still getting used to how they want to play this map. Again, Jake on this Omen, I like the aggressive setup plays that they had around B-Dog as well on the Waylay, because they're playing a very unique composition too. So as you're getting used to it, you're trying to decide how aggressive Jake wants to get, knowing that that's kind of his character. That's what makes him such a good controller, the fact that he's willing to take those fights a little bit more than everybody else. But yeah, it's some things that come back and forth, and at least you can have that reliant piece that might allow you to win to it.
Of course, and I'm really looking at Jake, as always, for YFP to really be able to be that consistency that the team needs. But I'm also looking for like a bit of a difference maker in these matches, and that's where you have to be looking at none other than the duelist for not just one but both of these teams, specifically too when you're looking at B-Dog being able to step back into this. Ash, I feel like a lot of pressure on his shoulders. We talked about him a lot last week, and specifically like how he'll play this out. And Timotino, I mean, even before him joining TSM, there was a lot of strong positive words for him too.
Yeah, I think Timotino, he brings this explosivity to the server, and that's what has worked out like previously back when he was on core. That was what made him a really big star player, and then having to fill those shoes that Sim left as well, having that pressure and being able to maintain that composure with that lying on his shoulders. So with the B-Dog conversation, I think that you also look at the fact that he's been playing like a little bit of Waylay here and there this this roster in YFP have been experimenting a little bit. And because they do also have Thief on the roster, he's also still leaning back into his previous like controller role as well, flexing around there just to have that additional comfort for the players on YFP, usually that being like on bind when he picks the brim back up. So that's also something that we have to keep in mind when we do look at those stats. Yes, B-Dog stats, they do look good. Timotino's, they do look better when you are looking at that ACS, at that damage per round, having a little bit more of that impact. But you just have to keep in mind that B-Dog isn't always going to be on the front line, just depending on how that map pool plays out.
I really like how different both of these guys are. I mean, V-Dog has always been very, very flexible, but recently we've seen him, as Ash was saying, a little bit more on the waylay and wanting to switch it up a little bit more, trying to find what works for this side of YP, while Timotino is going to be that classic duelist that is going to be on the Jet, on the Yoru, understanding kind of how the duelist meta is working right now. So it's a very big clash between these two today.
And I love how different like the play styles and approaches are, but how it just seems to work better with the team overall, which I think is going to make that dynamic between this head-to-head even more interesting. In a head-to-head that we've gotten to see play out a couple of times, though, of course, a couple of different members on the team. So I'm curious with how it's going to fare this time, and of course, how today's series is going to be going with the map picks and bans. Going into it, Haven for the first one, picked up by TSM. I think this looks strong on both ends, Sash, so I'm intrigued with this.
Yeah, I feel like you look at the first two maps and you're like, it could go honestly either way for TSM and YFP. I think what shines more for TSM is that conversation that we've had with the group synergy, that ability to play together. And then for YFP, that individual firepower where anyone is able to kind of just like step up to the plate. Sunset's that big question mark because we haven't gotten to see it from either side. But if we do end up on that third map, I don't know what Dan thinks, but I feel like I'm heavily leaning towards TSM with the comfort they've found in that new like chamber vice comp that they've been trying out.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that you guys are saying is kind of 50-50 for Haven and Sunset, but honestly, again, because of all the things that I mentioned about Alvin Boy and the way that TSM has been playing this map of Haven, I do want to give them that benefit. They get to start on the defense again in the same way that they did against SAD, and it's just so good. I mean, I talked about Alvin Boy on the Cypher and what he was doing on the C side, or when they were, you know, switching it up, playing that 1-3-1 and putting him towards A side. But you also have just very strong role fight that you can do with Timotino, with 7 on the breach, and with GMD on the Omen, and that is adding so much value where they're always having control of the pace and denying what the attacking side wants to do early on. So for that reason, I feel like Haven is going to be a very strong map for TSM, and that's why they want to go with it first once again. And then Sunset, I mean, it could be a different story. I feel like I'm benefiting TSM today. Honestly, I don't remember what I put in my predictions, but I put it to TSM.
You just like clicked it and just forgot about it. You're just busy moving on.
I hope I put TSM. I don't know.
We'll find out live, Dan. We'll find out live. We have our predictions next as well, so we can find out for you exactly what it was. For myself, I did have to go with TSM. Everyone is. Okay. I mean, Ash, I feel like this is disrespectful to YFP because I don't know, like, I definitely think both teams are strong. I didn't think it was going to be a clean sweep like this.
I also didn't expect it to be a clean sweep. I will give myself, I voted first today. That's a shocker. But I did vote first. And the reason it was difficult for me to pick between TSM and YFP, I think that the conversation that we keep going back to is with TSM, it feels like they are working much better as a unit. And then for YFP, that reliance on a lot of those hero plays to take them over the line at times. And I feel like on Dan's point as well, especially for that first map of Haven, with YFP kind of leaning into that Killjoy as opposed to the Cypher, that also limits Thief's mobility a little bit as far as where he's able to like roam around the map, and those lurk positionings being just so important on Haven as well. I'm really curious to see how that's going to work out, if we'll see the same comp even on the side of YFP. It was definitely a difficult one to choose between, but I really think that the momentum that TSM have built up over the past couple matches in Challengers, and then also that recent qualification, I've got it to like lean heavily towards them today, I think.
That makes sense. That was really well put. You put a lot. I just clicked TSM because I think that it's just really talented across the board. Dan, you were saying that you forgot, but you're hoping that you picked TSM. Was it just reaffirmed with what we were talking about in the little preview show here?
Yeah, I like the maps. I like the way that they've been playing. You know, they're not doing anything too crazy as opposed to what YFP have been doing, where they, you know, I love some creativity. I love some experimentation, but I feel like it does get to a point where it might be too much and you might just want to keep it simple to get those wins. So TSM is doing that, keeping it simple. Maybe a little too simple with that breach, but again, if it's working out, then it's working out. There's no reason to try to do anything, because at the end of the day, you're just trying to make it to playoffs, take it one step at a time, and I feel like TSM is doing those steps. I've always been a TSM fan since the beginning of the year when the roster was a little bit different, and now coming to the end and seeing the improvement that they had with the current roster, I'm happy to see it. So I think they'll get the win.
I definitely think it's going to be close. I think even looking at this very first map in the series, Haven, I mean, the points have been talked about where this is strong for TSM. And maybe I'm a recency bias Randy over here, but I feel like YFP have looked strong on this map too. We had highlighted Jake. Thief, even on the Killjoy, has some crazy shooting. Like, I don't know. I feel like they could really give them a run for their money. But let's get into the agent select. As you called out, we have seen these two teams play on this map quite recently, so we're not necessarily expecting surprises. One of these highlights was the Cypher in comparison to this Killjoy, and it looks like getting into it, Ash, that's exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, so no surprises when it comes down to the roster and like what composition we're seeing on our screens. I think that both of these teams also running that Breach Sova composition means that they should have a high understanding of how each other are looking to play. Obviously, beforehand, that was like an extremely meta on Haven in the past. This is a comp where everyone should have an understanding of how they want to look to control the map and contest the information and those setups that the two initiators are going to be running. I think for the side of TSM, I know that Seven is so good with those responsive plays as well as like setting up those trap plays that Vora is going to be calling for as well. So I think I'm going to be looking towards YFP to see how they're going to be able to break up those trap setups and deal with them accordingly.
Something to mention though that's really important is that Weeded and Stellar switch what they've been playing before. So it was Weeded on the Breach and Sova and Stellar on the Sova. So they're gonna switch that up just a little bit. It seems like something with comfort, but as we were saying, the composition is gonna be remaining the same. Again, for TSM, they look great on the defense. They're so dominant against SAT. It was an 11-1, and they should be the favorite to win this map because not only did they pick it, but they looked amazing with those raw fights. The YFP has to pay attention to how aggressive they're going to want to get towards A early on, and how Timotino is going to try to shut that down with that help of Seven and GMD.
I mean, called out TSM the favorites for the first map of the series. Their pick. It's time to see if YFP can hang, maybe take this first map, and who's going to be the first to make a mark within this series. Let's get to Haven and find out with your casters, Vansili and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And yeah, by the numbers, YFP's schedule has been a little stricter, but I think we all came to the relatively same conclusion, which is that TSM has done a lot of really good workshopping over these past couple weeks and has really started to find their identity with these new pickups as Vora has started to make the macro calls. Vans, their most definition has been found here on Haven, where the comps are pretty well decided. Simply put, Thief prefers KJ and Alvin Boy prefers Cypher. Apart from that, we're by the book.
Exactly, pretty standard. No evolutions going into this matchup. So as agreeing to what you're saying, we're definitely playing to our comfort picks for the side of both of these teams. But I want to highlight what Dan Dry was mentioning before too. This switch that you have on YFP's side for Weeded and Stellar. So going from different roles as the initiator, Weeded always amazing as a flex player, and you know what? It's kind of crazy that Weeded doesn't have tier 1 opportunities yet. But just to focus on this game, I think Stellar going into this breach is mainly to focus on that timing he wants to get with B-Dog as well. So it allows for him to be a little bit cleaner into the calls and the executions that they're trying to do as they're trying to look for comfort and control on the A side first. Battle in the sewers, and Timotino scores first for TSM.
Yeah, at the gate, B-Dog already rushing it up, and YFP, they feel they need to expedite now that they have the 4v5 cage set up by Alvin Boy here on Garage. Here's the steps, and YFP can't breach any farther than that now that GMD's got the backup. That being said, C's now a little dry. TSM are forced to stack in the lobby. Alvin Boy is good for the one, and GMD with the backup. TSM played terrific damage control thus far.
Love the pivot. Just a fast tempo from YFP to fight towards the garage. GMD had to come up huge to hold this area. He does so for a second kill, and it allows for everybody to really meet up with GMD as they went for a triple push. I mean, Thief has to pick up Spike, and Timotino, man, doesn't even give him a chance to even throw utility. And TSM, they get the pistol.
Starting out with a lot of confidence here from Timotino in particular, but that tip of the spear is just the tip of the iceberg as the stack really started to rotate heavy early on. A lot of early confidence after YFP felt that early pressure, but they won't be able to get away with that too often with the gun diff starting to not persist after this round. That being said, Timotino already shifting the position on top of the Cypher after Alvin Boy had to rotate early. Seems like YFP want to go for a lot of garage pressure.
And garage pressure is going to be the case here for YFP. And the thing is, they didn't get a plant, so they have to stay as a group. B-Dog already going in with a shorty, so I could expect that they're going for the scale up into the B site. Easy execution for him to try to get in, try to get an opener. As he dashes in, he has to stay within the site. So it's a good first step, at least here for YFP. We're just trying to delay as much as we could. Aftershock to come out on the side of TSM, and 7 just slows it down for a bit. But YFP will still get the credits for the next round.
Yeah, Timo gonna take that first peek out. Flashes can start cascading, but it's a one and done type fight. Thief has made this snake around, so you can at least freely grab Alvin, take one more away, and Timo can't reach it actually, so Thief can grab one more, but TSM can keep 3 standing. Ultimately, a decent flow charting from both teams. A YFP probably gonna be satisfied enough with that round.
Yeah, definitely, especially now that Thief went for that lurk. You saw that he was looking for garage control when he flipped around that map. He was already lurking on top B into the ceiling for pistol round. This time around, he gets 2 picks with the classic only. Remember, rather, this was a very, very low buy on the side of YFP. So look at what they bring here for the bonus round for TSM. Almost nothing. I feel like there was maybe an investment into an outlaw on the side of Timotino, so that's going to render costly. And it's not going to bring too much value because of this plant from YFP's side. They can all play full shields. So now you're going to see aggression, a double walk from the sewers from 7 and GMD, but that's going to get stalled back here by the Recon.
Yeah, already splitting this in half with the smoke and the TP back in. Nobody's collapsing on it, and YFP can only get away with 1 on the trade. TP's back away. GMD played that so beautifully.
Yeah, that ends up being a beautiful combination towards the end. It's the paranoia with the recon, the flash 2 from 7 to set up GMD on that pick. This is a bonus, remember, it's looking almost abysmal on the side of TSM with the type of buy that YFP has, but now you have a player advantage, you cannot rotate, so you already have Alvin Boy inside the spawn, so TSM's in a prime position to convert their bonus. Even control misses.
Yeah, that early smoke, he's already been able to cycle 1 back, but Thief can at least breach it and start setting up a little bit of very stunted clearing. 7 still unchecked though. Can't hit a ghost shot, unfortunately. Timo at least clears away 1. But YFP can finally ladder in, get the spike down, set up shop. Just expect Alvin Boy enough and they should be okay here, and they will. So the bonus round is taken, but dire straits already as TSM vie for sewer control consistently and win it.
Yeah, and in strong fashion too. Just unfortunate that Alvin Boy cutting out the rotates and even flanking from behind, choose the path and then go towards sewers where there was absolutely 0 weapons there. I think he had a chance to even pick up a weapon towards long and still had plenty of time to work with to isolate fights. But I think that's the idea of afraid of losing your timing on the side of Alvin Boy. You just want to make sure maybe you could catch one rather off guard, at least 1 player. The YFP ends up at least salvaging that round towards the end, despite the player disadvantage in the previous round. Dart to dart, open area, no pings coming in from either team. So you're leaning now for YFP just to guess into a C-side hit. But look at TSM's setup. It's double trips into the garage, into the C-side. They want to leave garage open.
Yeah, really packed in this time, and GMD's gonna play a little further back on his own steps. Alvin now trading off of him. And again, the 2-man play is terrific from TSM. YFP again have to go for the pinch to make headway and get that advantage back up, but TSM's rotation is clean and fast enough, and it forces another solo fight for YFP. Jake, something in the kit, but not much space to go towards as Timo's already starting to take care of the outskirts. Really terrific macroscopic play across every site so far coming from TSM. Just a great management of how many steps forward and back they need to take. GMD in particular, I love how the team is playing around his smokes at the moment.
Exactly. I love that call too. It's not around really trying to set up trap plays. Sometimes you just think of, oh, we have a breach, let's just go for a stun hit or something like that. But look, it was just a counter to hold towards that garage. It was a trap play in itself to not leave any trips, but I love how GMD just eats the flash from Jakey and counters his own flash so that Alvin Boy could swing out. And that's some of the things that we actually credited TSM for within the last year when they started getting like this upper trajectory in the past with the previous coach, is that they work in tandem, working great synergy, and they're doing awesome so far in his defense.
Yeah, at TSM, you know, with these new pickups, they just need the people who took direction well from someone like Vora, and it's sure that Timo and Alvin take direction very well. We did able to collapse a second on top of that stinger shot, so YFP is going to be able to snake back to A now on top of a neural theft. So TSM have every reason to just start pushing on top of this the second the spike falls, but same time, GMD's lagging a little bit behind, and this operator makes things a tad scary. Owldrun's still free, though, for Vora, as he's, again, continued to conserve post-recon bolt, especially when it didn't actually get anything done. GMD can now make his steps known. Much less obvious pick-off, and, yeah, Stellar's a bit of a more fun piece of food to play with.
Yeah, so, in a pickle.
Yeah. Again, really just nothing done wrong from TSM. Like you said, the synergy from them that they've gained in the past couple weeks, reminiscent of the level that we were starting to see when they were making that Ascension run. Some terrific calling executed by people who were able to do that at the drop of a hat.
Agreed. And you definitely see the pivot from the side, too, of the experience of YFP. What we just did, opening up 2 kills with a stinger, and then the call from Stellar to pivot towards the A site. It's hard for them to hold a 2 versus 3 with an operator, and GMD already closing on that flank. But another one of those rounds where YFP had a much lower buy and still got some decent value out of it. So you're looking at the long game. You're trying to keep the economy quite low here for TSM. It worked out for a bit, but you can still see that they're quite healthy going to the next round, this round right here for TSM if they lose it. And YFP, they're definitely slowing down that tempo. They're starting to feel here that it's starting to get a little bit dangerous because they have, yes, map control, they could plant, they can't really play the post plant, but they're also very low on money on their side. So this is a must-win round for YFP, and if not, TSM might run away with this with like a 6-1/2, at least for now, until the cycle of vaults could maybe help at least for YFP to salvage this round here.
This is a really relaxed lean from TSM. They've conditioned the double up on Alvin, so they've started to leave him alone now. And instead, you have the double initiator set up on A for the stack fight that they know YFP have the heaviest chance of taking first when they've been unable to find any intel on anybody else. You're fully set up here.
Set up. Exactly. There's a fault line to bait out from GMD once he gets contact. They have recon for information. The op is also to bait GMD away so he can get a pick into sewers. So they're just trying to keep players alive here.
Spiderweb that YFP have to try and walk along the parts that aren't sticky. And Timo might be that portal now that he's missed that first shot, but with the shorty inside his own smoke, he becomes a threat again. Still Weeded, able to dance around and find 2 more to break onto the site. Alvin now alone and just barely misses the peek out. And so he has another chance at this, but with Stellar holding on to that fault line, no, the ultimate, he's just gonna commit it and guarantee the round for YFP that they can barely hold on to.
Stellar almost missed it when he swung out. Didn't see where Alvin Boy got launched to, and you know how sometimes with a Rolling Thunder it could be a huge cosmetic. But thankfully, the IGL on the side here of YFP is able to close it on that side. That said, though, I love how TSM, despite them losing that round, are making sure that there's never any gaps. Look at when you see right here, Timo gets this pick. When he misses the off shot, he dashes away, and Seven immediately swings out to get a double kill. But it comes down to the experience of, once again, Weeded and Stellar closing in a round for their favor at a man disadvantage. So well done. Early dash being propped up here so that Timo can get the pick. A 140 damage being done from the Phantom on the side of Weeded. But that is, once again, another player advantage to start for TSM.
And again, now you can kind of recline. Oh, we'll take a nice chip shot from B-Dog. I love seeing him get more confident back on this duelist role these days. Fun to see.
For sure. But again, I think YFP now are starting to notice this continuous ping pong swing. So as soon as Timo swings out, Vora comes in, he gets hit. Now they pivot towards the C site, but there's still a double stack inside the garage.
Ready for it. GMD cleared away, but yeah, now he's got that buddy system established again. Spiderweb's back up and running, and TSM seem to have an answer for just about everything. This round, you did see the whispers, though, of them recognizing, like you said, that switch up that you see these guys going for when they expect the site takeover. And from there, you might be able to burn some extra util if you just try and play some like long distance spray fights. I expect YFP to maybe tease a little bit of a garage presence maybe next round, or like stick someone in C long for a couple extra seconds and see if you can get away with some, again, some extra intimidation. But ultimately, yeah, again, it really doesn't seem like you can hit TSM head on no matter with, you know, what set play you have.
Exactly. The thing is right now for TSM is they're the ones that's kind of forcing the hand against YFP here. And yeah, it only makes sense to try to call out this timeout to try to slow things down. I think probably the coach on the side of YFP is realizing this is, okay, we do some damage, another player is going to come through when they swing out. So I think this is going to have to be the call where you're going to start using a little bit less, or sorry, using your utility a little bit more early when you're trying to scale up in these areas, because when you're trying to walk up and try to go for contact plays, trying to chase down a kill, there's always another player ahead. So start adding a little bit more of that util, and that may be an opener here to start taking down TSM. Because if you're looking at it as well on the defensive setup, they're still setting up both trips from Malvin Boy towards that C site, although it hasn't been as committed and hit by YFP's side. I think they understood now with the amount of times that they hit inside the garage that there's no trips there, and they're playing double stack. So now it's flash, recon, anything you could do inside that site. If that place is going to be open, you know they're playing crossfire setup on the C site. So work that map a little bit more, start defaulting a little bit more, start inserting some players so that you can get value out of these lurks from Thief.
Yeah. Really got to start finding the extra value to seesaw these rounds. Still a little hung up on the intel game that We Did now has to play as well. Definitely got to keep your eye on how early he's tossing these recons out. He's been very good at holding onto the drone, same as Vora. But again, it's really tough for YFP to read how confidently they can take a site, how many smokes Jake wants to toss into a fight that they're not sure if they can like fully take before they have to dip back out and just try another site.
Yeah. Mission successful, at least to start for YFP. Converge towards the C site with both Stellar and B-Dog so you can get the Blade Storm. And you can see it. Even though it's an eco round, they're still defaulting across. There is that early util. Now they've already identified where Tino's at. Oh, he's floating around.
Yeah. And he's going to go for it again, even though that tailwind's expired. YFP won't touch it, though. Recognize that they're probably going to stack a double on top of that jet that's going to be so confident now.
I like how we're moving around the map.
Yeah. You see that B might be a little more open. Set up that first smoke. Don't necessarily sell the confidence to it, and you insert. But Timo is still holding it, and he's going to grab a double. Now you got to reapproach. And Stellar, yeah, unable to make it either. That gun diff, still a big problem this round, unfortunately.
30 seconds left.
Good corkboard set up by YFP, though. You see the gears turning.
The gears are definitely turning, so the idea is there. I mean, it was still an eco round, but they still had the insert into that B site for sure. So it was somewhat something that worked out in their favor, but look at this, another walk contact into that area. You already knew that Timo was there with the Outlaw, yet you still wanted to walk into the A choke and try to force the rotate across. You really weren't able to pull that rotate across yet, because again, I wanted to give props to how TSM was moving around that map. When Timo stuck around that corner, you have Vora moving in to watch towards long, and then you play passive on B side to play retake. We'll hold that thought. There's action out towards long. A, where Timo once again strikes first.
Most aggressive that YFP's been in the A lane so far, and immediately, even still, you see Timo confident enough to punish that too. And now he'll go back to holding sewers. TSM is already completely here. YFP have to just press in. They know that Alvin could be, I mean, basically up on top of the turret by now. In we go. Vora can't. Timo stunted. Rolling Thunder preventative, and Weeded's caught. So you got A site for free again. TSM don't even have to vie for the retake. YFP, it's not even a snail's pace they're moving at. Again, TSM are just so good at the reactive play. And now you go for the pinch that GMD could set up potentially from the lobby choke. Oh, but Thief makes it on.
Love those. The little, let me show the barrel. And then just go for the full swing in the pick. But GMD's already on that full flank.
Yeah.
It's Jover.
Wow. Haven't even turned to it. And that's the lockdown burned. Stellar has nothing. Oh, Alvin Boy just hops in though. 6 HP. You can find. Oh, never mind.
I mean, another one of those moments where Stellar was so close to be able to react on time here to maybe get that shot off the GMD. But that's the beauty of how they're playing that 2 versus 2. Even knowing that Stellar or gambling that Stellar is playing inside that smoke, you threw that paranoia and instantly TP'd on top of the boxes. So Stellar had no idea of where GMD was going to be positioned right after. So a little bit of a self-display to see on the side of Alvin Boy just jumping inside of that smoke with the judge, but it gives enough information for GMD to set up on that 1v1. It almost worked out for them to be able to flood correctly into this A site for the side of YFP, but it was also for the time of TSM to start cycling their own ultimates that they haven't really been needing to use at the beginning of this game. Haircut?
I mean, it's just still holding on to this gun. And now the Hunter's Fury just tossed in after the stack is seen. This round's already essentially cooked. YFP can't even go for anything silly. Hold close, why not? You do see a level of uncertainty now for TSM, but the issue is there's only 2 rounds left to try to play into that to any level. And again, YFP, it seems like the only times they're able to force TSM to think on their feet, even in the slightest, is when it's at like 1v2s, 2v2s, like very late stage.
Yeah. And on the side, I think even for both of the teams, even though it looks like it's a very one-sided affair to start here for TSM, is we're pretty much in week 3 or 4 right now, right? So it's one of those moments where these roster changes are happening for TSM. They had that loss against SRG and also their week 1 loss. I forgot who it was against. I think it was Burger Boys, if I'm not mistaken. But you're starting to see at least like the amount of work that's being put in for TSM to not really rethink the strat book by pulling out new comps, but just making sure that they're playing off each other, and it's working out.
Yeah, Timo and Alvin in particular, you're really starting to see them play to their strengths, play a lot more confident. The lateral will grab the first and the second for that matter. Why not just play into it? Again, just continuing to yes and each other and themselves. Like you said, it only took some time to cook, but TSM really looking to find their prime again with this new roster and the identity so well established with these 2 new players. You really didn't have to change much with how much calling Vora is able to do. Again, you just have to find the players that are able to listen properly. And Timo and Alvin, they are so young, but they are so receptive both to criticism and to direction, and it really shows today.
They're definitely yes-anding it. If this was a debate here between TSM and YFP, there is no rebuttal right now for the attack side. But I just, again, wanted to commend just Util. You throw up the cage, couple of seconds until Alvin Boy gets his cage down, and immediately it's re-smoked on that C side for GMD, so you can still play a trap kill. I mean, these guys cannot do any wrong, especially when Timotino is just popping off the way that he is with the amount of first bloods he's getting towards this A site.
Yeah, he's continued to just dare YFP to fight him and him alone, and he's going to do it again after the Owl Drone spotted him, though. Might reposition. No, never mind. He's not. Why would he? Just put another guy on top of him and send GMD into the door to take care of whoever may be lurking. A laundry list that is cleared in seconds. And a Rolling Thunder that is forced to clear a lane does not even get the breach an inch farther on. Timotino gets 3 kills in the Outlaw in the final round of this half. He was holding onto this gun more than a rifle for the majority of it. It felt like TSM continued to play relaxed throughout. But now that we swap sides, we'll see if YFP have a little more structure to be able to attach to themselves. I expect Thief to, again, just continue to frag the way he's been doing, but maybe able to path a little bit more securely now.
Henrik, Timotino's dropping 19 kills before we even
an
got
animal!
in one half. In 1 half. That's insane. That's like some Paint Neon stuff for Shopify Rebellion from, I don't know. I'd like to say eons ago, but probably like
stage
split one. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It's really reminiscent of that. Like this is his playground right now, and it's not even it's been relatively restrictive still. He's just like stuck to opening smokes, and then he's just held the spots after he gets first blood.
But from the way that TSM's playing so far, I feel like even this team could beat Furia at the VCTs. Too soon, my bad.
I could beat Fury at VCT.
Okay, so pistol round's important though, at least for the side of YFP, and they have a good read. They have a huge stack towards the C-side lean. They have alarm bot actually quite aggressive towards that front so that they can react as soon as possible. And this insert right here from B-Dog is super important. He might be in a one and done. He has a dash to escape and a cloud burst, but hopefully he gets one.
And he will. Able to stack on top of the stun, and this is the YFP chemistry shaping. We did actually the opening look for that, but they'll double back. Too much time on the clock to play into that game just yet. But TSM in the sewer, it looks like this double stack may still have the read proper.
Yeah, thank you, chat, for correcting me. TSM losing week 1 versus Nightblood Gaming, who will be on this stream in the second series. That said, we'll go back with the action and insert from Timotino to try to cut from behind. Big paranoia to execute towards the same site, though.
Yeah, GMD with the opener. Stellar now having a hold inside, and we've made our way all the way around. Timotino, no reason not to just fully leg it. Thief, unreadable though. No reason not to hold. Vora doesn't get a lick of damage in though, so TSM risk assessment a little bit neutralized. Thief again. Timotino, aggressive swings, and Thief will clutch it up here in the pistol.
Oh my God, I was just about to say how great that util from TSM was to converge into the graffiti to drop the 2 players who are trying to anchor towards that side. And you should know from the way that Timotino flanked from the A-Link that the flank should be happening from Thief. No choice from Sewers or from Long A. Yet, you allowed for him to get 3 individual 1v1s at that spot. And that's gotta hurt. You saw that 1v1 towards the end. GMD tried to do the drop smokes so he could spot feet. But unfortunately, it looks like Thief saw him first and beat him to the punch of the right click classic with the mini gulag inside that smoke. And YFP, I mean, this might be a way to kick things off here on the pistol because they were looking quite good, at least from their positioning, the shots. I don't think this game is out of reach yet for the defensive side.
They certainly have the opportunity to do the funniest thing, don't they?
Agreed.
Step by step, checkpoint by checkpoint, but Timotino has bought this outlaw, and he will already grab some value after YFP gets a little braggadocious with that opener into the stack. But now that you know it's not free, the surprise factor no longer there, YFP, they'll mold the play, refine it. Still keeping B-Dog and Sewer as well. Again, really respecting the clock at the moment, despite the gun diff. But Timo again walking on, still chips Stellar down to the point where 7 can finish him, and there's still one more shot in the chamber. How is TSM gonna make this work? Weeded now getting aggressive on top of this with the shock dart to the expected plant spot, and with the Stinger he can at least take care of 7, but this site presence is still too powerful, and Timo on 7 HP, still with this stupid outlaw.
How did that happen, man?
Here.
Oh my God!
He gets 4 kills on top of that with B-Dog.
Heavy into that, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my God! It's like they expected it.
Did he glass cannon that outlaw too?
I think so.
Dude, this guy's insane. Timotino, I mean, he was definitely the talk of the town, literally, for a kid coming in from Montreal, going into the Quebec leagues in Quebec. I forgot what it was called, but it was QVAL, I think it was called, or something like that. But a lot of people were talking up about Timotino. Even though he had his start in Challengers before joining TSM, he wasn't at the peak that we know that he could actually do. And now definitely showing that potential that he could bring for a team and how much he could carry on one side. And now it's just YFP. Unfortunately, looks like they're forced to buy every single round. It's 11-3. You have a Bulldog and a Marshall on the side of the defense. And yeah, where I thought it was going to be a slow comeback on the side of YFP, I think it might just have to be a let's focus on Sunset now.
Yeah, you might have to commit to the bit here if you're YFP. Run it down to a level. B-Dog has a gap on this cage, and Alvin Boy is just playing around with to see if the opener of lane is active. Traded.
140.
Well, who does that stop? Which side does that slow down, really?
None. I think TSM can do whatever they want.
No, exactly.
They have full rifles going through. I mean, you have GMD with the insert. He should be good enough to be able to smoke for spawn if he wants to, but looks like TSM, they just want to go for the walk contact. He catches B-Dog off guard, forced to fall back. This should be an open sight.
Timo just dry peeked that with the sniper again.
Yeah.
And that was enough on top of the util stack. But GMD on the lurk, cleared away. Timo walk up, B-Dog manages it. Closer than they anticipated, easy 2.
Losing GMD is hard, though, because that's no smoke for heaven. We have a good spot to flood retake on the side of the defense.
Paranoia in for Colette on the Guardian! In one fell swoop! The attempted crunch completely denied Vora to the dome, and he still holds it down! 4-piece for this IGL!
That is so clean on the side of the Vora. Can we still call him a rookie? That said, for TSM side, he avoided the fault line and just lined up those 2 players. There was overcommitment on the side of Timo. Understandable, man. Like I said, this kid's filling himself in this whole series, and this whole map, rather. And look at that. Avoids all util before even getting hit by the fault line.
Quarter of a second later, and you're good.
Yep. So, Sunset, yeah?
Yeah, I think Sunset. Oh, let's see it. That's
Sunset's
gorgeous. That's gorgeous. I think YFP are pretty ready for it, too.
I think everybody is.
Yeah, let's get this over with.
Yeah, I mean, you're forced into buy. A Stellar that went into a Bulldog the previous round has nothing left. Even you're getting value. I mean, how many times are you getting recon value from Vora as well on your attack side? This is just a write-off. I mean, there could have been some sort of plan being built up on this side to try to stop how TSM are working their defensive aggro line on Timo, but you just tried to throw every single thing against him, and just nothing wanted to stop Timo. What did he finish at that point? Did he drop 30 somehow in like 16 rounds?
Probably pretty close to it, yeah. Definitely up there. Above 25, I reckon, for sure. That's at least. Insane. But we'll have to take a look at it after the fact. At the end of the day, yeah, just a godlike execution from a duelist after a genius team, really. Like, they look so clean, so synergized, so on top of one another. And that can really punish the individuality that YFP has had to bring to a lot of these games, showing that in the scoreboard today for sure. And then going to Sunset, I'm really, like, you're not, I mean, for both sides, really, you're not sure where to go from here because both the teams have not gotten a whole lot of, on the stage reps in when it comes to this map. But really, like, the hero moments were what we thought could get YFP the distance today, and it was TSM that was having every pop-off. So we will see if YFP will be able to take it back on their pick of Sunset when we come back after the break.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Going into the very first map of the series, I mean, we highlighted 2 strong teams, even if a TSM's a favorite, but YFP maybe sleeping just like Ash over there. I mean, that first map, that was statement win for TSM 13-3, Ash.
That's a little bit of an understatement, I think. Yeah, the 13-3 is crazy, like 10-2 It felt like YFP just weren't able to get anything going in that first half. And what TSM were doing so well was just playing that push and pull on defense. Like B-Dog B-Dog was like consistently shut down on a lot of those entries. You had the trap plays that were going for TSM. They were forcing so many fights up against YFP and catching them off guard. And it's just honestly insane. You can see like round for round there, Dan. The first bloods speak for themselves.
Yeah, I mean 13-3, and it was also pretty much what we talked about, right? We mentioned TSM and how they looked on this defense against SAD. That one was even more dominant, but I mean, a 13-3, I feel like that already tells the story of how this one went. It was incredible. I think it played out a little bit different to what we saw when they were playing against SAD, where against SAD, it relied more on how the attackers wanted to take that C side, while this time around, it was a lot about how Timothino was shutting down every single player, every round that we saw very early on. So, an incredible game for TSM. They showed us why they are so good at this map of Haven, why they want to go on the defense first. And again, I like it because they do it in a different way.
And looking at the individual player performance too, I mean, for YFP, we had talked a little bit about, you know, the KJ versus the Safer, and Thief just on an individual had a nice little performance, but the rest of it, it was just a TSM Ash that was just so proactive in being able to shut them down. It never really seemed like there was space for YFP to get into the game. They were consistently just pushed down. And when you're looking at the performances and the step up from the TSM side, like it's easy to see where that went wrong for YFP.
Yeah, for sure. I think even though we are giving Thief kind of his flowers there on the side of YFP, I also want to kind of reel it in a little bit, bringing us back into the fact that like I feel like Thief was just in that position where he was also getting a lot of cleanup kills, to be honest, at the end of the round in that first half, and that also being like a big factor as to like why he was able to hit that match MVP was just getting those trades after the fact on the side of YFP. That I think synergy as a team was definitely missing in this game for the YFP side. That's been the conversation that we've had since the beginning of this pre-show, since other matches that we've seen coming out from the squad. Everyone is able to, you know, step up to the plate individually, but we are lacking that cohesiveness. And I think that that swap that we saw from Weeded and Stellar on the Breach and the Sova felt like much more comfortable roles for them going into Haven, and the expectation was for that change to maybe help things come together a little bit more for this team, but that really wasn't the case. And looking over towards that performance from Timothino, the fact that he was so confident in this matchup, that the numbers that he was putting out there as well, the way that Dan was talking about, he was able to like control these fights, control that one side of the map was that constant A lobby presence where you would have like Seven, like usually like flashing him in onto an angle or like just giving him that just brief moment in time to take some of those timings off, or even waiting out like the recon in a lot of those situations as well to go for that later peak was honestly perfectly played here from Timothino in that first half.
I mean, looking at Timothino, there is a reason that he was talked about before his entrance onto this team as well. And Dan, when we're looking at a TSM that's picking up momentum, to be able to see Timothino put up a performance like that, it just speaks so much confidence into this team.
Absolutely. It just looks amazing. I mean, he was constantly playing with his Ala. He was constantly set up for success towards the A side with the brawl fights that we talked about, which a lot of the times it was either he was going to swing towards long to see if he could take one of or two of those players, or it was going to be kind of giving that space early on and then going for that with the paranoia, with the breach utility. So it was all working out so well. And it's a Timotino that we've seen throughout the year, honestly. Timotino that has incredible performances like this one. He gets over 400 ATS, which is something that, you know, we see sometimes halfway through a map, but not to close it out with 8 first kills. He was really doing it all, and it was just a side of YFP that just couldn't find an answer at all.
We'll have to see maybe in this next map what sort of answer YFP has, which this next map, I'm very curious about the answer that they have because I have a lot of questions. We have not seen Sunset out from either of these teams, Ash, at all this year. So I don't know exactly where we're going to land. TSM are looking good on the day, but YFP, like, they picked this for a reason.
Yeah, they definitely did. I think for YFP, my expectation when I look at this roster is for them to lean into that double controller. I think you have that opportunity to slot a lot of players onto that controller role with the Viper Omen setup there and composition on Sunset that has always kind of just like had a pretty solid space in that Sunset meta. I think I'm also curious to see like which duelists either of these teams end up leaning into as well, with both of those players just having, I think, just so much opportunity to experiment, get like a little bit funky and like dig deep into that agent pool for both sides.
Last time that TSM played this map was actually against YFP, but it was all the way back in November 2024. I mean, it's been so long. There was a time also where Sim was still part of TSM, where Penny was still part of YFP. So things have really changed a lot since we last saw these teams go against each other, playing this map, and also just playing this map in general. We haven't had the chance to do it just yet. So I'm curious because it's a perfect opportunity for YFP, right? You're becoming too predictable, but you're also known as a team that wants to add and be a little bit more creative. And then on top of that, the enemy team has no idea of what your read on this map is going to be. Is it going to be something new? Is they going to be reliant a little bit on the Neon and the duelist once again? There's a lot of possibilities for YFP to see, you know, what they've been cooking and push us to that map of ascent.
That'll be where I'm curious with the agent select with exactly where we're going to land, because it's not like Sunset's a new map. We have gotten to see some compositions that have been a bit more fleshed out, and we have seen teams that have responded to that in kind and try and one-up that a little bit. And when you do see this YFP that does go towards things like the Waylay on some of these maps, then I definitely think it's one of the teams that could lean towards that experimentation. But again, when you are looking at a YFP that you have this talent and you're just looking at having these people show up, have the team be comfortable, I'm curious then, Ash, where does that all align? Where does that mix if we do want to see a smidge more of that comfort today, or if we do want to try and see them catch TSM off guard?
I think where it gets funky for YFP is that even though we feel like at times they might be pushing the envelope a little too far with that experimentation, it's because of how flexible the players are. The fact that they do have comfort across multiple roles and the depth of their agent pools does allow for that. I think I really am expecting them to lean into the double controller. I could see a world where they throw Jake onto the Viper, and then you've got B-Dog on that Omen, and Thief could reprise like the Raze or something like that, depending on which angle YFP want to take. I think that what gets a little bit funky for YFP is I feel like we don't have a player on that roster that has like a really solid performance on like the Yoru or the Neon, which tends to be favored on this map. But B-Dog is going to be whipping the Neon out for this one. They're not going for that double controller whatsoever. Near mirror matchup, with the big difference being 7 and Stellar on that breach and the KO.
All right,
You see,
Dan. Dan, I want your thoughts. I was gonna ask. Go ahead, go off.
I was gonna say that you see a lot of the roles kind of remaining the same to what we saw YFP playing this map of Haven, right? We talked about we talked about Stellar, these two initiators alongside with Jake on the Omen, right? So B-Dog has been incredible on this Neon in the past. I'm curious if that's going to be enough, right? Because if the compositions are remaining the classic style for Sunset, then you're going to need just a little bit more. And to be honest, for TSM, I do like their composition more. It's more modern. It's not really relying on that breach that we're starting to see less and less of. And even though it can be a comfort for Stellar, it can be a comfort for YFP. I love the innovation where 7 has always been so flexible, has always been so good on the initiator roles, and on top of that, you're gonna get that extra info early on with the KO knife. So there's a lot more that you can do. There's a lot more things that you can deny with the KO, and you know, there's a good chance that TSM now looking at this can close it 2-0.
I mean, TSM, they looked so strong on the first map. Now a relatively unknown Sunset. It's time to head into the server and see how this plays out. YFP's map pick. Can they pick this one up and take us to a map 3? Let's find out and send it back over to your casters, Tenric and Vansili.
Thanks, Sierra. And I couldn't agree more. Yeah, with the lack of information we have on both of these teams coming into this map, it really comes to what we already know. And a lot of what we expect to come into this and the composition choices are in the same vein of the previous map. I think a lot of this will just come down, Vans, to how big YFP's playbook is if they're really able to meet TSM. On the other hand, Timotino's Neon definitely is a bit of a higher benchmark, I think, right now. The alternate mobility agents like Waylay and Yoru have been a bit of a struggle for TSM in the past, so I'm hoping that they're able to really string it together here on Sunset.
Yeah, it hasn't been an agent that Timotino has been playing a lot, and he's always been known playing more into the Jet anyways. So yeah, definitely a good pick to go and see if they have an opportunity to play well with this Neon composition, especially now that you have one map ahead in this series. I love that you're testing things out. But the comp in itself, I think if you're going into the head-to-head, into this almost mirror matchup, you're going to have to think about what 7 and Stellar kind of brings on either side. I think the composition in itself on both sides will still add tremendous value in the aggression that the Neon could bring in terms of map control you're trying to get. YFP starting off on the attack, I think it's fine, but I'm expecting for them to do a lot more aggressive trap plays on the defensive end. While for TSM, I'm expecting a lot of these flash recons where already B-Dog is moving in this attack side into market control.
Yeah, it gets in before that door shuts, but that also means that the rest of YFP is kind of stranded and TSM can manage a little bit closer. GMDon is on one way, can get a free first blood and force YFP to second guess on the approach. Now it's Timo that's the next line of defense, and TSM can fully lean the defensive stack. First kill, and Timo's gonna run out of there, back into the corner of sight, and the rest of the approach comes forward from YFP, slowly but surely taking this space, and looks like they'll actually try and see if they can get a free kill up in Link before fully committing to this, as B-Dog has made his way back on.
Movement from Timo. We'll talk about it in a sec, though, because looks like we are committing to the A site.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. First flash out. YFP's good for the first. Timo trades it back. Relay Bolt's a little bit eeky, though, so it's got to be Vora that takes that first fight. Stellar picking up for lost slack. And now it's a 1v2 that Vora can just clean up with a shock dart. Again, feels like TSM had enough answers for everything there, and were able to sort of meet the plays that YFP had before they could fully come to fruition.
Yeah, and looking at YFP's aggression on that pistol round, it kind of gives me vibes of like a 2G style where Spike really tries to get really some early aggression towards either market or moving all the way up towards mid. Like you already saw that he was really cutting rotations and forcing TSM to go for very long rotates all the way through spawn. So they did have great timings to really work towards that site. But it came down to, once again, Timotino solo anchoring towards the A side, gets the first pick, double slides away for information without even using his relay bolt, so he could use that on the flood retake right after for TSM. So again, we were questioning, or at least I was questioning, what Timotino brings now into the lack of usage of a Neon in past matches, and now you're starting to see already a little bit of a tech and also a little bit of comfort, more comfort coming in from this Neon pick from the star duelist on the side of TSM.
Yeah, you can tell he's put the time in, definitely confident that he's going to be able to approach this with the same gusto that he does on his more traditional duelist picks. Knife into A to confirm this position for YFP early on. Curious to see how these initiators play off of the Sovas in particular. I think that's really where they're going to shine. First swing out with this gun diff is going to be as good as you could expect. 7's going to be the one to farm up the majority of it, and in fact, he'll grab 4 here. And an ult command certainly would be useful for a bonus, wouldn't it?
Yeah, especially when you're 2 rounds away right now for a 7, and maybe going into that play, you're going to see a little bit of extremity control coming out here for the side of TSM, so maybe they could fight for canceling what YFP would try to do, or maybe even just go for some sort of crunch because they're on on a bonus round going to this one. And you see the value, even if there's no bridge going through, you got 2 stuns off a relay bolt from Timotino right there. look at the knife being thrown all the way out towards main. So you are trying to get some early information on the side of 7. It'll actually catch here, Thief on that end. And now you can think about this lean towards middle and towards the A long, where Timotino was already set up with an operator in a bonus round.
Yeah, huge adjustment to take. Willing to just bear hug when they go for a mid pinch. Not a lot of attention paid to these connectors. Again, TSM kind of reclined. But Vora, with his primary intel after that knife, goes bye-bye. Oh, Timo's been escorted.
Jake goes bye-bye.
Yeah, lurks are not very welcome here. Vora alone, managed by the double up, and that'll be the path to go for an A crunch, but you've got some trap wires to deal with. Alvin Boy is sitting in the middle of them, though. That's not the best place to be. Into the stun on top of the aftershock. Quick management from YFP to gain sight.
That is a lack of understanding of the composition that comes out too. I like the idea of playing trip kills into the A site, but that's a standard aftershock to clear out towards Jenny or towards Slant, depending how you play on the map and how you call it in your ranked games. But Alvin Boy just got dismantled, and the retake's going to be a lot more difficult. This might be one of those moments where Timotino cannot commit into the A site, and if you don't get picks for the other ones flanking across, this should be a save on that side for the operator.
Yeah, too risky to take in any other leg. No one from YFP is going to give themselves away too hard. Just about getting the exits, and B-Dog is going to be checking this, but 7 can have the very heat, turn it into 2 before getting punished. Being said, GMD is going to be able to catch these last 2 exits, so YFP, regardless, not going to be able to walk away with too much here. In fact, just 1 rifle. Still, though, Timotino able to hold on to that operator. Feels like both teams looking to set up for the long haul on this half specifically.
And good exit damage done by GMD, picking up that rifle left behind by Jake when he got picked off here towards that A long. So yeah, it turns out to be a pretty decent pivot back from YFP's end. If it was a different type of positioning from Alvin Boy towards that A site, maybe the story of another bonus round will come in for the side of TSM. But the tell's been done quite early. They know the operator's already out on the side of Timotino, so YFP could definitely try to utilize more util to try to push him off these lines. And it starts with a fault line, and a fast lane rather, but it's already B-Dog fastly taken down.
Jake's beating him to the punch, so at least that's dealt with. TSM still remaining pretty calm though. Early paranoia and 7 managing the other side of the lean. The tempo just so well understood by TSM. The proactivity on the elbow to the reactivity on the link, it's perfect on both edges, but still a 2v2. And We Did is up nice and close. Still gotta wait for Jake to play catch up for the opener, and now the jump peak allows him to go for the fight, but that's the only one that YFP can go for. And they end up getting gate kept just enough.
Yeah, that was such a nice try. We did staying very patient just by the dumpster, knowing that the smoke was going to dissipate. He can't cross into the site for a plant. So you're trying to leverage, I think that was Jake, he just jumped across a Radiant box to bait his position. It worked out because you hurt the shots. It gives a chance here for Weeded to swing out. But because you were jump spotting with the knife, you can't really re-swing as quickly to ping pong with Weeded. And unfortunately, they both lose their duels against TSM. So despite them having a nice little turnaround in their gun round previously, because they've lost 4 weapons in that previous round that they won, they have to go into Nico once again. So tough luck, tough look even for YFP as TSM continues to farm.
Yeah, really just surfing at this point. Oh, Vora just made that look easy. Cosmetic relay bolt there for B-Dog.
Got drive-by too.
This eco round isn't going to do jack.
Maybe Jake can.
Tripwire destroyed. Cover going out.
Sorry, that wasn't a good dad joke, wasn't it?
No, that was good.
But he's holding off at least towards the pillar. No, he won't get it.
Yeah, Crumb and
Not
Hell.
when 2 guys are coming like that.
You just let Timo run in like that, and you can easily go for a double swing. But
Spike planted.
Silver Lining, they have a plant. They have an ult in the next round here for Stellar from that plant.
Yeah, exactly. The smoke was able to let the rest of YFP get on. It was a good sell for market to force TSM to just second guess it. So you get some creds to set yourself up. Good kill on Devora. Okay, Thief. You grab one more peek off of it. Hey, this is interesting.
Off your feet.
Rolling Thunder now from Stellar. Slow down on Spike. We're halfway through. Jumping in on top of this smoke. It's dicey. Stellar finds the spray. 1v2 for TSM, and 7's on 35 HP. Finds the off angle for Thief. Tap on the Spike. Stellar poking out. 7 hits it. Even when you got a clutch, TSM makes it happen, and they will negate this eco that YFP did, in fact, almost take.
Oh my God, that would have been such a huge round once again for Stellar's experience, IGLing, picking up the Rolling Thunder and almost allowing here YFP to convert, what could have been a 2 versus 4 denial of a retake for TSM, and that would have been probably the whole chat just saying, oh, TSM, that was just luck on the first map. But thankfully, Seven's able to salvage that. He's the one that's dropping big numbers this time around, already dropping 10 kills within 5 rounds in this first half. Man, these guys are playing tremendously well today for TSM. Kind of wish we had a different smoke, though. Instead of doing that smoke on Spike, do that Forsaken smoke so you don't really force yourself to not get information while you're diffusing on the side of TSM. But at least Seven still made it work.
Yeah. Still things to work on, but you're seeing them really start to play together as a team. And in this region, that is something beautiful to find. Still preventative for the attack as TSM once again tries to babysit Timo into an early kill, but it'll be Seven to take the first blood. B-Dog to trade it. Just take top mid again, but YFP, they've only been able to manifest this into A pinches so far, just because TSM's presence on B has still been so good when YFP makes any headway up here. Vora's really up, but again, he's just able to win it, and Stellar can't track as he runs out. Another crucial opportunity lost as TSM continue to find the right frags bit by bit. B-Dog open season as that cage fades, and it's just timing after timing.
And this is something that TSM has to be proud of looking back at this series. And Chad, you have to agree as well. Every single time that they're playing these defensive positions from the side of TSM, from Haven into this map right now, they go for map control, and when there's gaps, they know how to close them. They lose 7 on 1 for 1. Look at the instant TP towards that spawn, but they still have all lanes picked up. Aggressive pushes towards the A side. As soon as you win that, but you know players are behind, you converge to 2 players inside the A side to turtle up behind the trips. They're just moving very well around the map here for TSM and really understanding what YFP's trying to pivot to towards this mid-round. But trap play to try to set up here for a push into the B site.
Hunter's Fury gonna try and fetch it, but TSM can just walk back into things. And the overdrive popped by Timo to guarantee the site. YFP do have B now, though, as B-Dog is able to counter frag. And he'll step into Boba to try and see if he can grab something else early. But again, Vora continuing to just hold on to this drone until the second phase of the round. And it's meaning that TSM have so much more confidence poking into both prongs of what's left. Now it's just Stellar to deal with, and it is trivial as he's completely cornered. Another total reset from TSM here. The snowball continuing to roll, even here on Sunset.
Yeah, and it continues to be 7 from kills to util. After he gets that pick off towards that B side, exactly, he throws that knife, and it's good enough to cover the whole radius, knowing that the gap that hasn't gotten that ping is where that last player of YFP was going to hide out. That allows Vora to get a tremendous, easy pick towards this left side, towards the YFP's IGL. So, again, we're just always talking about how Timo was just farming on that first map, but if he's the tip of the spear and he falls down, you definitely saw from the first map and into this one as well that every single one of these players are really just shooting out of their minds on the side of TSM. There's really Alvin Boy that's kind of been quiet, but that's the role of Vicente. If you're not going to run against that site, I mean, he's just chilling, you know?
Exactly, especially when he's been set up on normally the strong site that's been conditioned. The rest of TSM have the weaker one pretty well managed. Yeah, not really anything to talk about this round. I think YFP can just get themselves prepped this time around, see what they can come through with. The old cycle is present, so you can try and farm something out, gain maybe like some early elbow, or I don't know, maybe just like send B-Dog back into mid with this overdrive and see if you can get something early again, a la round 1. But yeah, TSM's just, again, the reactive game has just been so good.
There should have been some sort of Hail Mary around these ults as well, especially when you have the Hunter's Fury and an overdrive. I agree with you, but these guys are just looking to go for a standard split towards the A site. Dude, that's...
I mean, he's so abundantly ready for it. Null command now just tossed in because they know that the stack has got to be here on top of that overdrive. GMD is popped, though, after getting expected by Thief, so back to a 3v3 and the Neural Theft available to give YFP their own guarantee. Alvin Boy will once again be forced away at least temporarily here.
That's the first forced error, actually, from the side of TSM. The fact that you have GMD, I mean, TMT getting picked off, that's fine, because, again, he's owning. But GMD going for the second TP on top of Rita Nightbox when you're null commending the slow, I think he tried to paranoia and go up into that spot and got instantly popped. So he tried to go for the big plays. That gives a chance here for YFP to just converge back towards his A site because of the neural theft from the side of Thief.
Really goes to show that the second TSM get to scatter shot, plans can really fall apart for them in an instant. Thief try clearing with the cam. Don't know how much he spotted in the microsecond that he saw, but it'll be enough to give them the confidence to swing on top of the fling from that flash. This double initiator continuing to shred, and 7 continuing to top frag. 8-1 now, and the team diff is really starting to become utterly clear.
Yeah, and they couldn't even really set up for a pulse plant either when I was just mentioning the ults that they had available around all these weapons, the force fire that they had. We didn't use a Hunter's Fury. We couldn't really set up for a Rolling Thunder for the pulse spine and try to push back against our opponents. I mean, you saw that Thief started to walk up, but there was no coordination to add more utils so that he could really get good value with this push towards that spawn. He comes up with this. He turns away into the flash. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
But he still died before the flash pop. We'll give him that, but if anything, that was just TSM looking cleaner and cleaner on the retakes, and YFP just now showing maybe that they're a little bit flustered. Might have a change of pace though this time around. Finally, we're going into this whole fault line, maybe into the market, try to get a position here for B-Dog, try to get the Hunter's Fury into to clear out that space, and maybe that might be the second round picked up here for YFP into the market control.
Yeah, let's shake these jitters off with some defaulting. Excellent escort for B-Dog. And he'll make it into 2. Weeded on the board now as well. The mid presence far more intimidating as Timotino forced to peek into it dry now from top, and he'll grab one unpunished. That's a little dumb, and he's gonna just peek out again. Next victim, no, only 1 shot left in the tank, and so now comes a full reset for TSM. YFP sense there may be some pressure they can add on to B now, forcing Timo to make that coin flip decision, and he's made the right one.
Watch him stay out in the open and wait for the Rolling Thunder.
Here it is.
Okay, I thought he was going to try to get a shot before going back.
GMD, 10 spot, free kill. Timo peeks back out, post Rolling Thunder, free kill. Full reset for them on the rhythm. And, I mean, dancing around the opposing smokes too. Like, Jake is, like, the smokes from Jake are giving TSM, like, free reign over their own peaks. You see them really just melding every game plan to their advantage.
Timo's playing the Neon as if he's playing a Breach too. He's getting so much value off the relay bolts.
Yes.
Allowing GMD to get across, and that's a second time here that GMD is playing on high positions and getting great value. The fact that he gets a kill right here and we did saw him and he still manages to get out of that spot unscathed is insane.
Go, go, go.
At least we still have Hunter's Fury for the side of YFP.
Right, exactly. You can maybe run with that this round. Shoddy buy from YFP, but again, feels like they're a little bit shaken at this phase. Just gonna kind of run in with what they've got. Early Owl Drone to guarantee top mid. That's where YFP's been strongest, and Jakey on the lurk is good for his this time. And already a new advantage gained. 7 striking it right back down on the pinch back. And GMD with the TP, again, is all managed at the end of the day. From a bullhorn to a whisper, YFP's chances continue to dwindle.
A 4K on top of that 10, right?
Like,
that's
so
insane.
dumb.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have to still commend how YFP kind of played around that map. You added a lot of pressure on that top middle with that drone, so you're showing presence on that top side. But that insert towards that front B, and that's just, again, YFP understanding this time around, although it doesn't look from the results how, you know, it's on the side of TSM, but they know that TSM are going to try to go for a little bit of a map control, push into the extremities so they can make sure that they're not getting pinched on different spots. So that insert towards Long B was perfect for that first kill, but then everything to try to help out, taking over Boba was not there, and 7 just got free reign against that YFP push from the backlines.
Back to business here for YFP. As the knife can shut down the trap wire, you feel a lot more confident pushing into Thief, but it still takes a body. And the rest of YFP are quick to be, but Vora is now the one to pop off. It's just TSM all over this kill feed. Stellar alone, and Vora now has every excuse to use the owl again. Guess where GMD is? Don't reload.
So do we want to talk about the second series? Oh man, dude, now it's Seven's time to drop 20 kills before we get into the half. This is insane. This is so good from TSM today.
Yeah, just real shooters today. It's amazing to watch. YFP is normally not this completely muffled because they are so individually talented, and their understanding of the game when they go for these set plays is really again, you see them understanding when the opportunity is right to try to strike. It's just TSM's aim has been so good that they're able to completely shut down the pushes when they go for the contact.
Yeah, aim, positioning, teamwork. Team Matino locking down lanes so that the rest of YP just walks into where TSM's crosshair placement is at. Like the high load that they have on the pistol run, at least this time around for YFP, to try to stop any type of mid control that they did in their own pistol round, but it starts off with a smoke and a camera on middle. So TSM realizing that it's an open space for them to grab, they're slowly looking for a pinch into the B site, but not before Team Matino is inserted towards his A side. Maybe he wants to start selling a fake or maybe cutting these rotates. Nobody's really peeking forward from these extremities. It looks like the call is there for everybody to group up to go for the full hit towards this A site.
Yeah, that's TSM reading. If they make any level of noise, YFP's not really gonna be shaken off of it. Jakey's smokeless now.
No flash either. He's pretty much in a one and done spot.
Yeah.
Maybe getting one or two is the best thing, kind of like what B-Dog did on pistol earlier on, but thankfully Seven's the first one and he's low on HP.
Refusing to shoot that gun to not give away his position, and the rest of YFP's fish will try to hop into this barrel, but they'll be the ones doing the shooting this time around. Vora, the only one left in elbow, and he can't line it up against the finality.
30 seconds left. Last player
Alvin
standing.
from top mid is going to have to be the one to do it after GMD's late peek does not grab anything, but again, YFP have enough util to be able to read. Quick shot! Jeez!
And look at the respect given. Spikes down, they're just going to play the time, maybe even allow for him to plant.
Might have to. Oh, Jakey's close enough, though. Might be able to just...
One enemy remaining.
Nope, yeah, no time. Okay. So it won't be a simple 1-2 punch that is able to knock out YFP, starting things out on the attack. Keeping things dicey, but YFP did a great job of saving enough utility on the right agents, and whenever a kit was dry, there was a lot of resources that became piled on. Great proactive play to start things out.
Definitely. When Jakey didn't have anything left towards that A site, he at least had the support from that crossfire setup. Yeah, that fault line was huge coming in from gate. Big slide too to break crossfire placement, yet still picks up the kill against Team Otino is actually a great start to that side. And at least you're seeing it from Alvin Boy, even though he lost on time. When he finally has to do something, he also has the aim.
Oh.
Thankfully, let's focus on that one. Let's focus on that instead. 4K for Jake. Yeah, salvaged Bulldog. That's perfect. Let's go into the next round.
It was his gun all along.
Exactly. That Bulldog was basically a toy poodle pretty much at that point. But YFP, at least, they'll have a very strong bonus round going into this one here. They salvaged the Bulldog from the previous round. They have an outlaw to work with. No.
You don't have to show us again. It's okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Yay, Jake. Good job.
Big 4K from Jake.
Yeah, that was really good. Very, very well taken. You take what you can get when you can get it here.
Exactly. Okay, same thing here for TSM. Mid control, but this time not with the camera. It's a recon dart to look towards middle because the camera's looking for aggression towards the A side. So TSM's making sure here that they're trying to read, if YFP are going for some sort of a trap early play with this bonus round that they have. And we're about to walk into the outlaw.
And Timo is grazed by it.
Yep, 140 damage there.
Still the first tip. Yeah, I don't know how he does it. But still, it's a lot of dry contact, and B-Dog can re-up on the secondary shot. Timo's going to try and pressure it, but it's been given enough time, and the relay bolt doesn't strike. Thief, though, able to grab one on site as well as TSM inches forward. And Timo's going to be forced to make the pressure again, but Thief fully walking up. Alvin's lurk, though, in mid, has gained 2 and a neural theft for a free sight onto B-Dog. And it's turned it into a 2v1.
And book it, A. That was just perfect. Alvin Boy with a superb lurk. Camera watching middle too. Now they can set up for a ping pong swing. Dude, what a round by Alvin Boy.
Yeah, save that bonus. For sure, the right step out, giving that one opportunity that you need. Great to see Alvin given some chances to frag after he's had to have such a neutral position in so many of these rounds.
Yeah. And usually you're looking at week 1, week 2 TSM. This would have been like, okay, we're just going to run around and get duels at this point. But Alvin getting to that lurk, the double kill, and then a neural theft, and to decide to wait in the smoke so they can converge against B-Dog's position in the back of Boba with an outlaw to close him out. The second ping knows where even Thief is at in the front of that site. That was just so nice to pivot back. And now at least you have a gun round on the side of YFP. They already wasted out an early paranoia. And I get what a clothesline coming out from Stellar at least.
Yeah. Oh, but we did as well. Again, great recognition from YFP of when they can go for that collapse, and those can look really disgusting when they get going. Alvin left alone this time again. And so YFP will have a better box score coming out of map 2. For sure.
For now.
And it's tough to say if you can replicate something like this because it does take a decent early read into a good like preset for people. But I mean, if YFP is able to set the stage like that, then with this breach especially, you're able to really suffocate
30 seconds left.
these clears.
Yeah, and that's what we were mentioning going into this map too. Despite having very similar comps, and the difference you could have between now the breach and the KO is now with the pressure you're trying to bring into these fast tempos with Timotino, you have a flash recon to help out for the elbow control. Although they had to go for an early stop and go because of the counter util that YP had at the very beginning. And that was the power of that breach as well to help towards that A side. So when you try to go for that re-hit, you don't have that recon anymore to try to go for the surprise play. You drone in, give your position away, and Weedid's able to push down and find that timing once they get the first blood on the other side of elbow. So a nice little way to stop the first wave of aggression coming out here from TSM. TSM lackluster to not take any importance and attention to detail towards that short A side, really threw them for a loop. And now they're forced on an eco. Pure rifle, at least for Timotino, and full shields. And this is actually quite nice because for him to take that control, take orb, they have overdrive going to the next round. He still has money to buy into the next round as well. So really, we're not out of the fire yet here for YFP. We're still sizzling in the pan.
I'm out of here.
Alvin Boy given a shock dart and an opener. Tremendous retake game, a lot weaker for YFP. They've got to be ready for the fight. There's only 2 here. B-Dog does have this op though, and the cage is about to fade. Perfect relay bolt timing coming out from Timo though to pressure him out and give TSM the free sight. Thief has still been posted up here, now inside the smoke. Again, trying to play into the other team's controller strengths. Nice recon dart to reset from Vora, giving the shot onto Thief. Again, such value found at the most minuscule times. And there's been a read onto where 7 is posted up at the least. B-Dog giving that opener to Jake, able to pinch it, and now B-Dog has a bit of an open sight line, but YFP is starting to fade away. Rest of this team not giving enough, and there's just not enough in the tank. 2 TKOs coming up from TSM today, playing some truly gorgeous Valorant. Everything we expected this team to have the potential to be, really starting to make itself known as they get a 3-2 record here in the Swiss.
Yeah, and beautiful round as well for TSM, and beautiful even map coming out from TSM too. It was so hard for the side of YFP to retake towards that site because TSM did such a great job keeping that econ low against YFP, which didn't allow for them to get full kits to allow for such a good retake towards the end on that side here for YFP. So impressive series from the side of Team Solo Mid, and they definitely weren't solo today. They were definitely all shooting.
Saying the full legal name of them. That's how much of a landmark
did
this
they still
match
use
was.
that, or did that legally change as well? I don't know.
But yeah, at the end of the day, really, TSM able to hold YFP's head back as YFP just keep swinging their hands at air, really not able to make a difference at the end of the day. And it shows now in the scoreboard. We'll have a little bit more chat about it after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, nobody's going to remember the first half of the stage if TSM keeps turning up like that. In the series up against YFP, that's going to be a quick one. Is TSM over on Sunset going to take the victory 13-4? I mean, Dan, going into this series, these are two teams that have both had some ups and downs, specifically when you're looking at the stage 3. For TSM, it seemed like those troubles and worries were gone. This was a turnaround and a half.
Yeah, this is what we mentioned earlier on about teams and the point where they're at right now. Both of these two teams were 2-2 before this series, and it's just one of the last chances that you're gonna have to not only make it to playoffs, but to fix those things that happened before. And that is exactly what we saw on the side of TSM. I think we saw, I mean, some great improvements for them, some great changes as well that allowed them to keep that consistency that they had from that last week when they started getting those wins and convert it into the win today. It was incredibly one-sided though, and it has to be said for YFP, they couldn't find anything, either map 1, map 2, and it goes back, I feel like, to something that I mentioned about, you know, the individuals can have some consistency, but as a team, this is something that is lacking, and you see it first map and then in the second map too.
I think something that we also didn't get the chance to talk about too much was the fact that this was also B-Dog's debut in an official, on record at the very least, on the Neon as well. And there was a big, I think, contrast between the comfort that we saw for him on this agent compared to Timotino, who has had a lot of experience on this particular agent. We've seen it through the way that he's looking to like take space. A lot of those engagements and the spacing was already kind of a little bit of an issue for YFP to get some of those trades. And it felt like that was exacerbated in this Sunset matchup without the ability to really like catch up to that space that B-Dog was looking to take, and the lack of ability to like also follow up. We saw like maybe a couple attempts at a trap play on the defense side there from YFP into that second half. But that first half was just insane. Like you can see it in the timeline here. And 11-1 half, 9 rounds in a row for TSM after YFP went out there anti-eco to be able to close that half was such a strong start. And so much of that relying on the shoulders of Seven, who went like, he didn't even have to do anything to close out the game in the second half. He went, what, 20-5 in the first? Really just being able to like lock things down. I think so much value out of his flashes, and just Seven's just always been so good and reliable when it does come to those moments when he's looking to trade for his team too.
And that's one of the things with TSM. Even when we looked at the old iterations of the roster, we could see kind of anyone really be able to step up. You could either see a consistency from a team or an individual step up. So to be able to see Seven in this second map, specifically too on this KO, which was highlighted beforehand, I think was really, really nice too. And I think, Dan, when I'm looking over at the team, I mean, we're looking at a YFP that would maybe have some ideas into the Sunset, considering it was their pick. But we get to see that TSM are just a step ahead at any point.
Exactly. We talked about the creativity that YFP has had for other maps and how great they look when they play other things, and it works out for them. But for this one, they try to keep them maybe a little too classic with even that reach from the side of Stellar. And again, there were some great individual moments, but this is not converting for the team into great moments for the whole squad. So that's where the trouble really starts. And for TSM, I mean, they capitalize from that. They look great. They win one of the most dominant series that we've seen in a long time. So it has to feel good.
Yeah, this is the TSM that we definitely need to be seeing at this point of the competition. It was kind of a 2-2 record is kind of getting a little scary. A 3-2 definitely feels a little bit better. And I want to hear from the team themselves then about this turnaround. So we have our interviewee on the line, be chatting with Seven today. Seven, first off, big congratulations on this win. I want to talk about this transformation because this looks like a very different team than we got to see that week 1, week 2. Like, was that felt in the server as well?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think we definitely struggled. Like, no lie about it. We definitely looked really bad. But we're putting in a lot of work recently. We recently like qualified for like the Bell tournament in Toronto. We have done a lot of time outside of like matches. And I think finally, for the first time, our team is collectively coming together and we're all playing like how we should be.
I'm really glad to hear it. And I want to talk about where maybe those struggles were and how they were able to be fixed. Was it just kind of with the moving roster pieces? Was there just a little disconnect there? Or like, what was that biggest thing and how to like overcome that?
I think it's maybe like, I think nerves. I think as we played more, our nerves got better as a team. I didn't feel like we were making a lot of hesitation plays. We were always moving. We're always doing something. Back then, it didn't really feel like that. And I think just more reps, more comfortability with each other. We were still a very new roster when we first played those matches, but you know, with more time, we get better.
I want to talk about those nerves going on forward too, because we're still at a point in the stage where playoffs aren't guaranteed for any team, and there is a lot of really strong teams that are still trying to fight this out. So how are you feeling now going forward, especially with the roster in this current condition?
I mean, if we keep playing like we're playing right now, I think we're gonna win everything. I mean, we're owning we're playing well, we're laughing, we're having a good time. Everything's going good right now. So we're at a very high, and we just gotta try to maintain that and just keep it flowing.
Win everything. This is exciting prospect. Seven, congrats on this win. Best of luck going on next week's match, and thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, there's a TSM. We get to see that turnaround. You get to hear the confidence, and I cannot wait. But of course, a lot of teams is still battling it out, and we still have another match on the day. It's going to be Legacy Kingdom going up against Nightblood Gaming after a short break, so stay tuned.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America. Very quick series to be starting off our day with TSM taking a 2-0 victory over YFP, now 3-2 in the league. And it's time to take a look at a couple of other of the teams who are sitting at this 2-2 record, looking to go in positive and be one step closer into the playoffs. It's Legacy Kingdom going up against Nightblood Gaming next. Two teams that, I mean, there's definitely a lot to be said about them and how they've been able to look this stage. I think it's been really strong so far. Specifically, let's talk about this Legacy Kingdom team first. Because Dan, looking at this team, this wasn't an unknown quantity to us. We got to see a bit of them in stage 2, but I feel like how they're playing together now, especially with recent pickups, has been really clean.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, it's a team and some of the players that we saw a little bit of before, but now we're really starting to get to know them and see the improvements that they've had week after week that we've had in the Swiss stage. Especially I'm thinking of Corrupt, I'm thinking of Muddy as well, and Jonah are the biggest highlights for me. And it's a Legacy that they have been on the grind. They have been showing improvements. I really like what we saw on that series that they played against Shopify Rebellion Gold. And even though if you know, that first map of Haven, for example, was a one-sided affair for them, where sometimes not everybody gets the chance to be highlighted, you see how that macro wants to be played for them on that map. And it's just the little things that I feel like are giving me good indication of what they can do today.
I definitely think for this Legacy Kingdom team that when you're looking at these wins, that there was a lot of strong ideas and you got to see some individual pop-offs as well. So I'm curious then how we're going to see them go up in today's series, because I still don't feel like they've been 1000% tested for, you know, a team that's looking to be making this playoffs run. But I still think it's going to be really, really exciting, specifically too when we do know a couple of these pieces from teams prior, and want to talk about Corrupt here, because Corrupt IGL of the team, Dan, I mean, I'm not seeing the IGL tax really paid out in the server.
That's a great point as well, the way that he's calling and also just the way that he's been playing. Again, looking at that match that happened between them and Shopify Rebellion Gold, I feel like he was really impressive on that map of Sunset. They started in a big disadvantage. I think it was an 8-4, and the way that they turned it around with him on the attacking side, constantly finding timings on Sunset was incredible. I love that. I mean, and Viper is a very difficult role for you to find timings. It doesn't quite play like, you know, sometimes we have our Sentinel players that are playing the Viper, and you know, making that conversion is not as easy as it seemed. But he was only on that Viper, and being the reason why they were looking so good, why they were able to close that series in 2-0. So for Corrupt, I want to see more of him. This is one of the highlights that we mentioned since since the beginning of the year, stage 1 to stage 2, and now moving forward can be the difference maker to get that win today and maybe make it to playoffs.
And being able to see that impact in the server, in the killing department, but also being able to call these games, I feel like the team definitely has been on. So I'm intrigued to see that play out a little bit more in the server today. But on the opposing end, I mean, another team that's really been grinding, this Nightblood Gaming squad. Ash, looking about this team, I mean, it's a team that has this confidence. They've got their plan. And I mean, I think they've been looking strong.
They definitely have. I feel like there's also just so much fragging power on this squad as well with this kind of reinvented NBG from what we saw earlier into the season. And you're looking at a team that has kind of quietly been making a name for themselves. I feel like during the third stage, they started things off, kicking it off with that 2-0 up against TSM. That's a close Landor loss for them as well. And then even that last matchup that they had up against Maryville was a really close affair, even though it goes 0-2 in favor of Maryville, who's one of like the current best teams that we have in this stage of challengers. It was a near overtime on the first map of Corrode and then an overtime loss on Icebox. I feel like NBG, the fact that they're just kind of quietly making their way through this Swiss stage and improving as time goes on. I'm excited to see how this project is now going to be working out in the long term when you're looking at very strong backbone. And I think Screwface being one of the players that has the most experience for the side of Nightblight Gaming, being that leader for his squad to really rely on as far as like bringing that experience to the table and kind of guiding them through the gauntlet that is challengers.
Especially too, seeing this team qualify for Premier and then adapting into the challenger scene. I think they've done a really, really strong job of this. And it's been really nice to be able to see what capabilities they have in the servers. And one player that I wanted to highlight before we get into any head-to-heads was Kumi. Because when we're looking back at a couple of these matches, I mean, the impact that we've seen, even in a couple of these closer games, Dan, has been really strong. And again, someone I'll be looking to today for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like how flexible Kumi is when it comes to the Sentinel role. And I mean, he was incredible when we got the chance to see Icebox against Maryville. Obviously, they don't win that series. It's a series that Maryville is able to close out 16-14, but Kumi ends up with 34 kills on that Killjoy. And it was in a map where we don't see that Killjoy as often. I feel like in Challengers, we do see it more often than not. But just the value that he was getting every single time is really cool. I like the way that he was positioning and using his utility on the defense towards that B side. I like that the team is able to switch it up a little bit, and again, unfortunately, it doesn't really go their way, but it was one of the consistencies that when you're looking to get the wins today, you want to be relying on. And I feel like honestly, every time that we have this team playing, we're always highlighting Kumi, and I feel like it's for a reason.
And another player that we're also always highlighting, at least it feels like it in my book, two players from both teams, actually. We got to talk about this duelist head-to-head here, because I think, too, when you're looking at teams that aren't one of these, you know, big names, quote unquote, that maybe some players can go a little bit unnoticed here. And looking at like these duelists, and I think the potential is really high, and I'm looking for that to come to light today.
I like the way that you're wording it too, because you're mentioning, you know, these are not the biggest teams that we have in Challengers. These are not the players that we're mentioning every single time. These are not the contenders, honestly, that we have for Ascension. And yet you're still putting up some crazy numbers. Son of Car has been the most impressive player to me that we've had in this stage 3. Right now, he's sitting in the 3rd or 5th spot when it comes to the rankings for everybody else. And on top of that, on top of him, you have all the players that we do mention constantly. We have Kane Sarah, Timotino, Ion, Elm, and then you have Sonokar. So that is a good indication of, yeah, okay, sometimes the team is not getting those wins. They are 2-2 for a reason, but you can rely on a duelist like he is. And Muddy is not even that far behind, right? Just a few positions behind, showing a little bit more flexibility as well, but they're very similar duelists, so that's what makes this match so interesting.
I think that I love the shout out of how similar they are, because I feel like they're both such like aggressive tips of the spear for either of their teams. But then one of the main things that I also look at is the fact that you have the fact that I feel like for Son of Par, you see him alive a little bit more often later on into the round. So the fact that he can be so aggressive has like a much more like variable like FKPR and FDPR for because of how aggressively he plays. Meanwhile, Muddy, I feel like when he does go in, yes, he can go absolutely insane, but there are also times where like his team's looking to trade him out. But Senokar usually goes for, you know, those initial interactions and then still somehow finds himself into the late round where he's still able to find those opportunities to clutch things out for his team there as well. And I'm really excited to see how these two players go head to head, especially after how electric Muddy looked in that SRG match that we saw from them last week. It felt like there was one round where he's just like, okay, guys, I'm going to turn up. And then there was no stopping him.
And the fact that we know that there is the potential from the duelists on these teams is really, really exciting. And I feel like there's still so much to these teams to discover, which will also be really fun in today's series. But getting into that and getting into the map picks and bans, this is especially interesting because we have seen these two teams face off in third party quite recently. And this is actually starting to look quite familiar with how this is shaken up, Ash. So I'm intrigued with how it will change up today.
Yeah, a near replica of that grand final for the Funhaver GG event. That, with the exception of that last map, swapping Ascent out for Binds here, I think Corrode is a massive pickup here for Legacy. They've really figured out how they like to approach this map and I feel like out of all of the teams and challengers right now, have like the best read on this map, and that that relies on the shoulders of Corrupt to be like cooking up all of these game plans for their team. So I'm excited to see them start things off on Corrode here once again, but I also think that like they have also shown so much, right? So there is that opportunity for Nightblood to come in with an understanding of how Legacy like to approach it, because they've shown their hand more often than I think a lot of the other teams in Challengers, and to be able to respond appropriately.
Talking about that series that we saw between them for that grand final, I actually want to see what improvements and what changes Legacy has been able to make, because they do not win that map of Corrode. It was a Nightblood that takes you 13-8, but I like the composition. I like the vision that they have for how they want to approach this map, especially with Blast on Chamber. Chamber, we've seen it in the tier 1 level, played by Cryo, for example, played by Baby Bay, for example, and they are going for different approaches, and either the extremities or what I feel like is more important is how they want to take that mid control with the Chamber on the defense early on. So if Blast is able to do that a little bit more compared to what we've seen before, there's a chance that they can turn it around. Honestly, I still have my questions about the Waylay. I feel like you can just have a more comfort with a Neon that is allow you to go for those aggressive mid pressures that we've seen other teams like Sentinels do. But now when you're looking at it here, Waylay can also put that pressure. Is just kind of what the follow up is going to be for the squad. That is a win condition for me for Legacy to turn it around, and if not, it's going to be a Nightblood. I mean, they can also start with that win, the same win that they did for that grand final before.
It's interesting to see the maps because, yeah, as you called out, the fact that we got to see certain teams pick it up, but then it was actually the reverse who won it last time. The changes today will be quite interesting. And I definitely think, for my prediction, that I think it's going to be a 3-game set. In terms of who's going to be winning overall, well, I had to give this one to Nightblood Gaming. Oh, look at us. Oh, we're all so cute with our matching predictions, going all up against Teneric. Poor Teneric. But Dan, I mean, looking at Nightblood, like, I feel like the confidence was there. They've looked so strong. I don't know. I feel like this series goes different this time.
I don't really know. It's very 50-50, especially because map 1 and map 2 are the same way that they played out before, but that map 3 being the difference maker, I feel like it just gives me a lot of questions, because that last map of Ascent that they played, that's what guaranteed Legacy got the win, because it was just such a one-sided affair on the attacking. They were winning every single round to close it out. So if it's any other map, or if it plays a little bit different, I mean, it could be a different story, but this is the most 50-50. Wait, did this just change? Am I crazy?
The live change? Oh, Vans is against us now? Vans saw that we all voted Nightblood Gaming and decided to join. That's crazy.
When I was making my point, I was about to say too that I'm kind of inclined to making that switch, but I'm staying with my desk today. I'm feeling on the good side. So Sierra Nash, I'll stay here.
Okay, she's not feeling like going against us this time around, Sierra.
This time.
Just this time.
There's the keywords. The keywords. I think that for NBG, I see a world where how close that grand final was for Funhavers. I feel like this team is just out for blood. They want revenge in this matchup. And the fact that it is that mirror matchup, and I was talking a lot about how Legacy has those reps for Corrode. And then honestly, it slipped my mind. I know Dan talked about how they did win out Corrode that last time these two teams faced up against each other, but they also have like 11, I think, officials or 13 officials I'm mistaken. 13 officials and 11 wins on this map for the side of NBG, which I think is just insane. They also have 2 different comps that they've been running with as well, which I think can also make it a little bit more difficult for Legacy to read into, depending on if they decide to swap one out for the other, because both worked out very well for them.
I definitely think one thing's for certain, with it being 2 teams that have so recently matched up against each other, I think this is going to be a great battle at the IGLs to see who can really be stepping it up in the series. And it's going to be an exciting one worth waiting for. We are waiting for a player to rejoin the server here after a crash, which does mean we're going to be taking a quick break. Fill up your water bottle, get cozy, get a snack. We'll be right back with the next match soon.
dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Thank you all so much for your patience. We are back. Legacy Kingdom, Nightblood Gaming, Corrode. Something we've seen pretty recently, and Ash will get to see again.
Yeah, I think taking a look at the comps that we have landing out on the agent select right now, wow, words are difficult. No changes for either of these sides, right? This is what we've been seeing them play with. I think that the big question that I'm going to have for the side of Legacy Kingdom is how much depth they are going to have with Jonah on that fade. And the reason I say that is because I feel like there's just so much more pressure on him to be able to help muddy and blast clear space depending on who he's paired up with to help get some of those deeper lines, because they don't have the flashes available aside from the paranoia in the kit of Legacy Kingdom. Meanwhile, for Nightblood Gaming, I think there's a lot more flexibility with their double initiator that they're looking to run with Smiley and Screwface on that Sova. That does give that kind of additional flexibility, but that at the same time, they also have to keep an eye out for a lot of those lurks, those opportunities for Legacy Kingdom to walk up, get those timings that we've talked about on those flanks, because they are running that comp without any sense.
Yeah, it's a big difference as well with the way that these two teams are going to want to play. So once again, reminding everybody to pay attention to how this Chamber is going to be playing out. I feel like Chamber can be very, very viable on this map, but we haven't seen it quite just yet for the side of Legacy, as they lost that match against Nightblood before. For this Chamber, I want to see that mid pressure early on. Starting on the defense is giving you the perfect opportunity to do so. And Nightblood doesn't have a super fast composition as well, right? They don't have the Waylay, they don't have the Neon, they have a standard Jet as well to work with these two initiators. So if you're able to put that pressure early on with that Chamber, there's a good opportunity that Legacy can get enough rounds in that first half.
Match that we've seen just 2 days ago. Legacy Kingdom's pick, but didn't go so well. It's time to see within the servers what they can do to try and take the first map in the series. Let's get to it and head over to your casters, Tenric and Vance, to find out.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And they're right. We saw it. I saw it with my own two peepers. These two teams fighting for the better half of 10K just 2 days ago, practically in my backyard. And it was such a fun match to watch. Both these teams really finding their identity, Vans. Nightblood Gaming showing so much firepower, but Legacy Kingdom playing some of the smartest Valorant we've seen in the region this year.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was casting VCT, so what happened that game?
No worries. Well, I'll break it down for you. So, you know, we did start on Corrode. Legacy Kingdom has had this consistent pick of a map, and a lot of that has been thanks to how they're able to afford each other's spacing, despite the fact that, like the desk said, they're not working with a whole lot of openers here. I think Muddy's Waylay does a great job of cutting into teams and not necessarily just busting through them, but slowly pulling them apart, isolating fights in spots that you wouldn't normally expect. And on the other side of that, this double proxy Senti with Blast and Corrupt playing so confidently and yet so smart. It's really beautiful to watch them. Sadly, they did lose this map to Nightblood previously at that LAN because of the firepower that Nightblood brought. Son of Car got absolutely activated, and Note was such an unconventional controller player on this Clove, just constantly playing solely to fight, solely to ulti. That sixth body played such a big role in getting Nightblood this win.
I think that's the nature of this composition too for the side of Nightblood Gaming. It's so hard to really have great corner clearings when you don't have a fade. It's so slow with the drones, so I'm expecting right now there's going to be a lot of flashes, like double flashes from both the Omen and the KO to really get the real support and value out of Nightblood Gaming on the attack side here first. But Legacy kicking things off, looking to go for some sort of a trap. You have probably a C set up right now from Jonah, Paranoia too. So off that contact, you're going to try to catch some people off guard and Muddy to close that gap. So Nightblood Gaming seems to understand that a little bit on that side too, because of this head-to-head that they had last time against each other for the Fun Havers competition. So walking up middle where Blast is about to blast one out.
Already not a spot where he's normally stuck here in the beginning of the game. Normally he's permanently posted on A main, but the micro adjustment over to mid link has already sent Nightblood packing. Muddy gonna start fishing away, and he's found Kumi to start things out. Nightblood gonna try and re-up early, and they have spotted that duelist on top of Jonah, but it's still a double trade away as Carr gets Elim too. So Tim now stuck in this sandwich, able to also get away with one, and Nightblood Gaming continue crawling their way onto this site.
It's like we still have the Waylay across all of Borf in terms of how these duels were so muddy. No, a lot of people got caught off guard, but a 2v2 watching the flank. Beautiful. Well done towards the end. If anything, though, as much as I like to say that it was muddy, it was still quite nice that whenever you had one player that was kind of left out in the open, especially Jonah at the very beginning when he went for that double walk down, at least he was able to take one down before he fell. So it came down to great trading and spacing done by NBG and by Legacy towards the end, especially at this moment right here, when you kind of left your Omen left first stranding on the side of Nightblood Gaming, but there were still two players ready to swing from the bottom of the middle to just try to run back up on that side on B. It was nice that NBG was able to move into that B side for the plant. But if not for Legacy, they tempoed very quickly after the initial engagement towards that long B, so that double flank was perfect on that end. So Legacy scores on that pistol. You still have the same type of setup here as they had on that pistol side for Legacy, although Waylay's not really moving up here to help out, but the C's comes in early. There's that Paranoia, and here's about to come the swing.
Muddy goes huge on top of that stack. And it is that one and done type play that Legacy needs to wrap this kind of round up. Again, a tremendous understanding of the speed that this map, that you have to negotiate with it at every point. And I think Muddy just has such a tremendous understanding of how to push properly with Waylay when so many North American players have been struggling with it. Just truly understanding how to disjoint fights. And again, make sure that every Legacy Kingdom member is able to play and guarantee themselves one. Nightblood once again gonna try and make a little bit of action happen at B main here. Funnily enough, they were doing the exact opposite in their LAN final, really pressuring A to start. But that's where Blast got so much connection, and this time Carr's gonna be able to punish it. Muddy attempting to trade, and he does on the double! Frags back out just in case, gives them a little extra legwork to do here as they make their way over to B site that Nightblood once again has walked on into, but Jonah's facilitating it. He's just backing away after the smokes guarantee every other choke. Once again, Muddy, the first point of contact as Legacy goes for it again. And Jonah's given himself away with the Prowler. With the Saturate, though, Screwface can't hold that initial pressure. And now the Convergent pads have already been activated. Muddy feeling that confident to cut into this fight. Tim holding close on top of this smoke to be able to try and, again, inch closer on, and he does onto Smiley. It's got to be now that Nightblood Gaming activates their own crunch, and Kumi has to be the one to do it all from main. 2 for him so far, but not able to get the gun back up as that spike gets held. And Muddy gets 4 this round as Legacy takes away the bonus.
That was very nice from Legacy towards the end. You saw here at the very beginning that Jonah kind of got hit by the knife, but they were trying to do a similar type of conditioning that they potentially wanted to go for a trap play again towards that front B side. And that flash waylay aggression continues to shine on that side of the defense. Look at that. Immediate pick onto Noted. Remember,
look at the prio as well. He hits the one that's not flashed for just insane attention.
Exactly. And it comes down to that, the buff that you had from the Waylay most previously, where the weapon could come out a lot faster. So you are able definitely to get great value out of what Muddy has. And already proccing with the ult with all of these kills, that just allowed to close the gap here for Legacy to convert their bonus.
It's another thing that makes Muddy such a different kind of Waylay is the way he's able to utilize that Convergent pads, and he's just so good when he's lined in. Any mid presence Nightblood tries to boast, it's either this toxic screen or this Waylay that is striking such a dent into it. It's once again B that Nightblood has to fully lean on, and that Legacy has to fully re-clear. But with far worse guns, Nightblood try to condense and make sure that none of this extra util finds its mark. The second Prowler will find it. Blast extending forward for 2, and that is guaranteed. 4-0 for Legacy. So far, so clean.
And again, and this is what happened on that previous round too. Jonah is doing such a good job just to make sure that he doesn't want to force any fights. His team already got run down, being corrupt here by that push from NBG. And what he does, play back towards the spawn. Because you already had Blast watching over that B link side. So just make sure that you wait for your teammates for the fast rotate. Because actually, I say fast rotate, but the rotate's so long on this map. So the fact that he stays alive to leverage Prowler's maximum utility so that Legacy could just flood in as a team continues to be quite good here from what I'm seeing on the defensive side for the side of Legacy. That's it for NBG. It was an eco. They got the plant down. And it looks like they want to slow down the tempo a little bit more. The fact that they want to try to push the way that they didn't really work out. So you're leveraging now Son of Car on an operator, trying to find some sort of opening here and hopefully an overextension over on this A side. And when that doesn't happen, then you should be able to drone up to continue to clear up towards the lanes here, force Son of Car to get good value for the team, and then work the mid round.
See Screwface also getting away with a little bit of a mid punish there. Some Odin shots he's already letting fly. He was doing that a lot here in Philadelphia.
Be right back.
Legacy no doubt prepped for it. They're already leaning off of mid again. And Muddy so close inside this smoke, ready with that refract. The second one member of Nightblood pokes his head out. Screw it, let's just go in now. Whole stack's here, and now the null command has to be popped. Tim immediately finds Smiley. That's not necessarily the right body to find first, but the rest of Legacy, again, already here for it, thanks to Blast holding mid the whole way through. Still, Kumi could force a snake. Get this back, stab up. With Blast staunchly watching, and that's the moment to reactivate. But Legacy, they'll just flower back out onto the connector and hit the inside. But Screwface now with those Odin shots. That external pressure finally ringing through, and Nightblood getting at least a little bit of space. But Screw has been isolated on top of this spike, and the entire stack has come to meet him! Tough!
Oh! What a save coming out from Screwface. I was just going to say, NBG tried to pop into the A site, but we're so slow to get that smoked out to block out the A connector that Legacy was just able to run it down. But then right after that, when Screwface just spamming with the Odin, you had great utility coming out from Legacy that slowed down the crunch coming in from the left side for that second hit. But they were so slow to try to take down Screwface while he was on the reload. And then he ends up just mowing everybody down. I mean, yeah, look at that. You had perfect information at this spot. And then, unfortunately, you still couldn't convert into... Yeah, you gave so much space towards the end after you denied the first hit.
Just continuously getting the drop. And Screwface luckily able to do that this time with the Odin. Now with the Hunter's Fury in play, you can, again, afford a little more of a mid stack. Maybe force Corrupt to start playing on top of his screen a little bit more. a good start to get this attack a little mobilized. But still, you're seeing Legacy understand, again, how to just play this map so sequentially. Force clear after clear after clear. Smiley's util has unfortunately not made it majorly onto site. It's got to be just purely for the entries. And even still, with the ability of Tim to TP away, with the ability of Muddy to play, you know, non-committal, Blast able to also have these checkpoints. Doesn't really matter if you get that full drop on one. Legacy can spring the trap again.
Take flight. Calling the early timeout as well from NBG after winning the round, so they do want to cook something up with this util.
Cover going out.
Okay. A thought from Blast.
Oh.
One twinned by Kumi, and now another excuse to throw a convergent pass away at the rest of Nightblood that's pushed in. Still Note holding an opening corner, able to deny at least that first tip of the spear, and the Hunter's Fury can clear the board for the rest of the retake onto the entry. Jonah now with his own Odin, though, is causing a bit of a ruckus, and Screwface daring to duel him. He's simply better with it. Tim, though, puts a button on that car, having to hold down the final corner, and it's inches that Nightblood takes the second round.
Oh, that wasn't Car, that was his son. That won that 1v1. Dude, what a nice little opener towards the beginning, though, from Nightblood Gaming. Although there was a nice little stall coming through, and that's where, unfortunately, we kind of really didn't dot our I's and cross our T's. Buddy just started running forward as soon as he pops out the ult, and never really checked the corners where there was somebody just out in the open, just under the shed, before he even got hit by the ult. It was just a free kill. It allowed here Nightblood Gaming to get so much space towards the end, and you're seeing those pings coming through of how they're calling out Nightblood Gaming, how they scale up towards that site when they go for these hits. And this is now, unfortunately, another... Oh, okay, well, hold on. Let's hold that thought. There's action here.
A little reckless, but it allows Tim to get a better spray, and he'll grab two on top. Now, Note having to throw out the ult after the metal doesn't finalize the kill, and Tim is able to get out. Legacy can slow this down, and Nightblood are forced to get Note to try and get a kill. He's just barely going to have time. Instead, Tim just farms a fourth. And Nightblood Gaming is even more restricted on top of this B site that they just had to continue to double down on. And so you work with what you've got. These multi-tools, Screwface's Odin doing a lot, but Corrupt the drop down! Superman killing Screwface! Kumi the only one remaining on top of this spike, and with no way left to reposition the time, the players, they're all closing in. And so are the opportunities to be able to continue mining away and striking gold on this B site.
What better way to, like, drop down with that kill than the airplane, right? Bucket on top of that. That was just pristine coming out from Legacy. And just clean shots coming through from hero plays out the elbow push on the defense. If it wasn't for that, I think that was definitely another round coming in for NBG on that pulse plan. Yeah, even though there's a little bit of a mistake there, I think that's a good read that you currently see from Buddy, understanding these type of hits with the controller, with what the Omen could do here when you're trying to double dash into the site or trying to get good map control into the site with Kumi and Son of Kar. So nice answer back on that end, but they have to fix this part right here. The amount of times that we're trying to push for an aggressive angle in that area for the side of Legacy, they're getting instantly punished. And because of that, they're adding more players within this round. And I love this pivot coming through from NBG. Condition these picks and how much success they're getting towards this B side. They're now going for an A side split.
Yeah, a great read on how heavy the stack is committed here, and the trademark is not going to slow them down too much. Son of Kar with the Blade Storm is going to get inside. That Snakebite will do a whole lot more work, though, in slowing them down. Elbow is unoccupied momentarily here. Now by the Viper's pit, and Kar's just going to try and fall into it, but he meets the Omen instead of the Viper, and NBG is up a creek without a paddle inside this trap that Corrupt is now going to be able to fully spring himself. Tim now in as well, and Legacy can crunch it all over again. The only one left is Screwface, and he's just got to give himself away. Legacy continue the train here on Corrode.
Yeah, and the respect given by Legacy as well to even ult into the elbow when you're rushing through in an anti-eco. You already had the good read. You had 3 players, especially with an Omen TP coming in from Tim to help out, but you just wanted to put that pit down. Just to deny the plant, deny the push, and making sure that you're keeping players alive on top of that, playing against the anti-eco. And you could still potentially start funneling even more ults. Jonas already has his. You also have Blast that could work on the econ side, which is much needed at this point. For Legacy to continue their run on the defensive side. They have yet to even pull out an operator. Actually, they did on that 3rd round here from Blast. But now they just want to fight with rifles. Out in the open.
And doubling back Yeah, he sensed that he's not going to get enough out of the double smoke in the jet. Rather just go for the track. Tim now playing really preventative on this link, and the Nightfall is going to be used because of it. Tim just daring to hold it down, spraying through until more is used on him, and he still gets away with one on Car. Now the rest of Legacy once again here to play. Muddy all the way up in B main still, but NBG can clear him out. And the damage control is enough.
Spike planted.
I'd be a save for the last two players here. They don't have too much to work with unless Corrupt goes nuclear from heaven.
Seems like we're just gonna wait for these to dissipate.
Drop in a smoke.
But you can just cycle it back on top. So it's gotta be
enemy
Blast. Nothing.
That's the thing. I wanted to commend Jonah on the defensive line of how he used his util to try to stall this pincer maneuver that NBG was trying to do here towards his B site. He goes for the Nightfall, gets so much information on the ping for 3 players coming in from the B connector. But after that, goes for the Prowler, and it immediately spots a player in the front while the other one was droning. So they've already identified 2 players in the front of that B site, and it was going to be a 5-player hit. What was missing a little bit more there was a double swing to make sure that we could fight for control towards that B main. I think he tried to go back maybe to help out into the B side link push first, and unfortunately that just left 3 players on an island on different fights instead of trying to go for a 2v2 and just sacrifice your players inside that B site. And that allows your NBG to convert that round. Now you see Tool de Fuss coming out here from Blast, holding it out towards the A side, and he's holding a much more passive line this time around so he could TP within the site. So the other ones are going to try to activate a little bit more. Look at this walk down you currently have from Corrupt, the support you have from Jonah after you threw out the haunt. So they still have a pretty decent position in the very beginning, and making sure here that they're going to play some sort of a long range in the mid round because everything has been so quiet for NBG.
Yeah. Owl Drone is going to be the first real signal flare tossed up, but Corrupt just intercepts all of it, and he didn't even toss his bite on it?
He walked through a DK. I'm not too sure what happened there. This happened off screen, and a 3rd kill off screen as well. Not looking good here for NBG.
Yeah, Jonah, feel free to use those Prowlers on top of whoever's there and just walk into the tour de force. I gotta say, for both sides, really, this is such a different Corrode than what we saw like 48 hours ago. Like, I'm very impressed by how deep the playbooks have extended since then.
Spike planted.
But Legacy, the collapses are just immaculate here. And everyone individually is so available to manage for themselves on such a higher level than I think we saw previously in this stage and even beforehand when these guys were fun havers. Just some real evolution coming out from these guys, and definitely getting to play together in person, I'm sure helped. I got to talk to Muddy in particular, and the team was talking about how he is completely quiet in like challenger matches like this, but during that LAN, he was so vocal, so mean, and it showed in the scoreboard. He was absolutely electric. So I'm seeing, yeah, that identity really coming to shape here for Legacy. And this game, I'm really impressed by them just flaunting it.
Especially when they had a slow start on that first week with the loss to Blue Otter, and you're kind of going up and down with the quality of opponents that you're having. You're still not finding good successes. But thankfully here, a rematch battle against NBG. Again, they've met each other in this series before, just a couple of days ago. So there is some sort of lean of understanding how, you know, Blast is currently playing on this chamber, because if you're looking at it, he's always playing towards this A side for the first 10 rounds and make that even 11 rounds now, and they want to try to punish that a little bit more. There's good control and stalls coming out from the Viper util that Corrupt has to support him.
It's another null command for the Arch. Legacy just content with holding everything apart from Elbow until that's expired. Nightblood attempting to extend into the back hall with the help of the smoke. It will fish out some util, but everybody's kicking. Blast finally given away on the boxes. His Nightblood Gaming will now extend towards the connector. Seems like Son of Car really wants to punish Muddy early on his entry, and the Saturate will maybe not let him do that. He's caught by Jonah midair. Rest of Nightblood again has to trade back. Insane flash to let them in, but Tim able to find that Screwface with this Ares. Now trying to poke in, gives him the kill to let that Hunter's Fury fly. play preventative, and it forces Corrupt into the fray. Tim on top of two, though, and now Screwface on a mad dash back to the spike. Behind the block. Oh, it's messy, and Tim is low. Has barely enough time to kill, but not to defuse. And Nightblood Gaming will make it work.
Another one of those scenarios where you wish the smoke wasn't covering yourself. So you can actually hear the footsteps. You force the player to come through and shoot so you could actually jump back in and get the pick. That was so unlucky and unfortunate on how they were deciding to play that retake on the side of Legacy. But it's once again Screwface saving that round. I was going to call GG from the very beginning already because how they executed towards that site. Screwface was already outside of the A towards that spawn, leveraging the Hunter's Fury as the final nail in the coffin for that hit. But it looks so doable towards the end when Tim went nuclear on that retake on that side.
Yeah, setup definitely there, though, for NBG after they took their time here. Able to make this a 7-5 game. It's Jonah with company, releasing the smoke. Now setting up their own to deter NBG's entry, and Buddy's going to try and take advantage. One with the Judge, and Legacy extends from it. Jonah with 2. But NBG is entirely here, and the team fight will still go their way with even footing personnel-wise. Blast now forced to try to either find an optimized angle to backstab with this op or walk far enough into mid to get a new gun to take this new 2v2. Meanwhile, Corrupt has basically nothing on this B site. Only the bite's going to be available, and by the time he gets there, NBG is going to be in.
And Screwface has full util too. So the knife clears out the site. Wants to go for the plant. He could stay within and start droning to find information. But this is a great call for NBG. They've already identified who was pushing down towards middle, so it was an open B site.
Blast is unchecked at the moment, but both members of NBG in very good positions. Unless you open yourself up, Smiley, not covered. And Screwface found, flashing himself in. And that was probably a little bit of an easier cleanup than YFP expected, but it is one that they will certainly take. Legacy now up 8-4.
And when you talked about only a snake button Corrupt lands right at the feet of Smiley and then gets full vulnerable and forces Smiley to make a play and then unfortunately just died to the op there from Blast. Again, great value off the dashes from Muddy on this Waylay. And looks like he just sacrificed himself so the rest of the team could just swing out and fight towards the end. But at least we're able to salvage 4 rounds on the side of NBG because this was looking very one-sided from the get-go on the side of Legacy. Now we have to see here what this double controller, the double bubble on the side of NBG could bring here on the defensive line, because you're not going to be able to get the best in terms of information for the side of NBG, maybe with the knife, but actually it's more on that stall. There's no Senti on that side too. You're playing solo KO on that B site. What can you really do?
Yeah. Even still, Smiley will toss the knife early and confirm that all 5 members of Legacy are here on B main. So NBG will hightail it to mid here so they can expand before Legacy does. Still, though, a lot of space held in T, and they'll use it to stretch their legs a little bit again. Force NBG to just play slowdown and, yeah, just force us back to the neutral game.
Not too sure if Corrupt was able to hear the footsteps coming through towards that B lane, but just with that, pulled the whole rotate towards that side. And then the pivot back from Legacy, I mean, what is going on? You still have Tim inside spawn. So just waiting to see what they can do here. They're going for the double pump. The fake towards the B side, and you're going to commit towards an A side hit.
And refract right back. Saw if NBG could collapse on top of it. It's all to get Corrupt in. He's watching it. Kumi doesn't land. He's somehow in. And NBG and Legacy duel in mid after all, on the way back over to this A site that Legacy is planting on. Kills go both ways, though. Smiley's on literally 1 HP, unfortunately, so Corrupt should have a pretty, easy time with this. Still, again, The holds are there, and NBG playing continuously patient, gets Jonah for it, turns this to a 2v3. Smoke to keep Muddy away, and another one in the tank here for Kumi. They're already ahead of the one that Tim set up, and the peak goes a little awry. Still Screwface caught early, and that forces Kumi a little even more forward. Another pistol taken by Legacy, now on the attack.
We're definitely cooking on that side for Legacy. The double pump fake, but if there was some sort of walk down that was a little bit more aggressive from Nightblood Gaming, that would have been GG already for the side of Legacy attempting to get the plant towards that A site. If it wasn't for how slow we walked down, afraid here to get caught off rotates, especially with a knife, saw like passive information, because they only pinged, I think, one player after the full execute in the very beginning. They should have kind of known that NBG kind of started to pull back from that B side. And you didn't try to push down and cut the rotate. And then you allowed here Legacy to really set up for the mid fight with 3 players swinging through. Well, looks like we're going to try to walk down here. There's not really any big flashes to try to help out. Smiley's all the way back towards B, so you can't pop flash through the smoke to allow the push down and surprise some players across. So everybody's just going to walk and try to find some individual duels.
Yeah, purely playing for dry contact, and Corrupt hands it to him, but still escapes with 1 and is going to try and double up. Actually gets there too. Again, like single-handedly dealing with so many of these threats. And the rest of Legacy, their job is so much easier, exponentially so.
Just a Valorant moment, though, or an unValorant moment. He was running the whole time, backing up to get that first pick with the Sheriff. Dances inside the smoke, reloads while he dances, still gets the second kill, and then gets a third at the back of the site.
Oh, well,
that's
now
crazy.
Note pulling off some pretty crazy shots now himself, and yeah, enough is there.
It makes sense. It almost looks like he had a chance for the side of Noted, but you still had 3 players inside the site.
Of course,
If anything, you have to commend on to how we couldn't really punish Corrupt with the value that he got on this lurk into the A main. He's walking through the smoke. The first contact and the first shot should have happened from the defender side, especially with the crossfire setup here. But unfortunately, he gets a trip kill out of that.
Well, I mean, Onus is on NBG for this round for sure to show any breadth of dominance. Because again, the firepower is what gets him there. Kumi on this Omen roll, again, a little unconventional for normally what he's been posted on his Senti. And he's fully flushed out. Lot used in his way, though. Screwface able to intercept with the Odin and also catches Muddy from behind on the box, way ahead of him. And he's gonna spray down on a Corrupt as well. IGL fragging out here on Corrode. And the rest of NBG can follow suit. Clean as can be for a bonus, losing 2 along the way, and on the way to some pretty valuable ultis to be able to intercept more consistently, with Kumi able to TP in 1 orb. You can keep Legacy guessing a little more on how confidently they can take fights, maybe force them to play with T even longer than they did in round 2.
If anything, I'm liking that Screwface is getting maximum value with this Odin on this map. I think when the map first came out, everyone was talking about, oh man, everything's wall bangable, wall bangable, wall bangable. I barely saw any of it during the VCTs. And now Screwface is showing that he could wall bang into the A site, wall bang through the shed at B towards the B connector. And hopefully more players are going to start picking that up because he's definitely showing it. By the way, Icebox is also a very good map for the Odin that not many players use, but we'll keep that for a different podcast if we have a tech pause. That said, though, back into this round, we do have the rifle round for Legacy still, and it just makes sense what you're doing working around the map. I think you're just staying towards the extremities. You could still get some good orb control so that Muddy could get the ult. I think that should be the game plan coming out from this end. While Blast is just looking for the solo play here for the duel on the top and middle.
Thinking about poking his head out. Right as Son of Car will. Oh, Blast turns to it? Okay, Note's at least able to nip it in the bud, but it forces him to stay at A link, so... Legacy actually feel confident enough to walk in on top of this smoke? Are they just gonna fully stack into it? Yeah, they will, and the dry contact allows Note 2 more beautiful kills. Corrupt gonna set up this Viper's Pit to try to take back over A site. But again, Nightblood is here early. Kumi already outstretched to elbow, and NBG prepared for this retake.
Have good util for it too. Paranoia, 2 flashes. It's very hard to stay inside the pit here for YFP. Oh, sorry, YFP. For Legacy, as I saw Corrupt getting a kill there.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
And he's able to stay alive just long enough to get one more with the help of the pit, but Screwface, once again, all on him. Jonah has nothing left though. Haunted 5. Smoke on top of the Smike again. First tap. Jonah will just wait for the haunt. Screw sprays it down, taps that spike again, gets it to half. Jonah can count. Screwface holding until Jonah stops it. Spooky round again, but Legacy's 2 out from making this map theirs.
Screwface is just going to randomly wallbang on that A connector as well, which would have been huge for him to be able to clutch out a round once again for NBG. Smart play, though. He's definitely been very scary with the Odin towards this A site that he would expect that his opponents would think that he just tapped. But sticking on to that spike, Jonah just goes for the gamble to swing in, wins that fight. And now this is going to get quite interesting because both teams kind of have a broken bye here. But Legacy definitely with the amount of rounds that they have ahead. Oh my God, okay, hold on, I'm going to shut up. Here's some action.
Another dry swing. And Note, again, comes out with 2 for some reason. Gonna go for the swing again. Yeah, huge flash. Almost nets him another. But instead, he's the one driven down. Now, actually, they're gonna try and get the hammer in there. Nightfall catches 2.
Yeah, well, that's gonna get nullified, though, because they're not committing into that one. Because you spotted 2, you're gonna work around the map, trying to see if somebody's aggressively pushing, and Kumi's definitely doing that with only a Sheriff. Although not about to get watched, Jonah should get... Oh, never mind.
Ooh! Basically wasn't.
Basically wasn't.
Panic mode for Legacy now a bit. Blast luckily able to get that spike back. Kumi's not going to hold it by himself. Needs to keep this 4v2.
That's the thing. Everybody's going to have to go for hero plays here for the side of Legacy.
Left.
Separated across the map. You're trying to finish together here towards this B site. Ult's not being used.
Yeah, a Corrupt found and Blast already known, so you should have a nice double up here. Good conservation, good trust in teammates from Note there to just not use that not dead yet. 5-round gap, very feasible now on the defense here for Nightblood. They're able to pick up guns, have a cycle, and you're seeing again, a lot of the tools that they're able to use to play their own sort of blocky style that Legacy has to keep shaking off. It's getting them pretty far.
Yeah, and I was just about to mention before the action started, it was a big round that was needed here for the side of Nightblood Gaming because both teams are really low on econ. Legacy, thankfully, has so many rounds ahead that they could they could actually lose a round and be okay in the long run. But NBG now has a much better buy going to round number 18.
One of the most forward convergent paths we've seen from Muddy, and it's on a pretty empty site. Not much intel gained off of that light speed either, so see if Legacy can make something work. Not looking like it though. Pretty standardized here by NBG.
Yeah. I was expecting for them to continue to commit inside here to try to get value out of that ult. But as he scans in and sees nobody, there is not really anything, nobody that can really follow behind. So I would have liked for the full committal when you're on an eco here.
Right, yeah, why not, you know? Yeah, a little bit too pressured.
Closing the gap.
Yeah, it's already starting to get a little uncomfortable. And by the looks of it, it doesn't seem like Legacy can really try to play any new channels at the moment. Their mid presence has had to play solely off of the toxic screen. Otherwise, they kind of have to swing fights back over to A main if they want to play off of it properly. And I mean, the aggression that a defensive side can have on B main is so unreadable in the first couple seconds that it seems like Legacy don't even want to take that risk right now too heavy.
Yeah, they're trying to find early information right now for the side
paranoia.
of...
It's
yeah, exactly. It's paranoia recon just to get early info and already insert noted. But that doesn't really do anything. They don't have too much left. They have at least map control. But I'd love for them to try to funnel them into the op, but the op's actually positioned here towards this A side instead. So Legacy could still skill up here and fight for a middle.
Yeah, I mean, Jonah's free to use as much util as he wants just to play keep away with this presence, but it's so heavy that Legacy, again, I feel they can just head to that weaker site. Car on this op, facing off against Blast, jump peek, doesn't hit, and the Paranoia to crunch. Now or never. And the Hunter's Fury able to do some good damage along the way. Jonah found. But the rest of the team is pressured. Son of Car still standing with the shorty shot in hand. Almost dancing into Blast. But the 3v3 is kept. Sight is Legacy's. NBG on the run back. Still, though, some tough guns to work with.
Exactly.
Blast having to commit to that sight line and then Corrupt on the Judge.
Still doable because they forced the plant inside that site. They were afraid of a flank towards the A side. So Screwface with the dart, Noted with the ult. This could be huge for the retake.
Corrupt again, holding close on top of the smoke. Tim is the one to get the rest of the spray, though. And does it all.
Oh, no.
No. Somehow kicking. That's two. Hold up, smoking himself again. Sprayed on Tim. Oh. And those are the type of clutches that Noah was getting away with on this team on the previous map. The kind of pop-offs he was having then. No doubt a confidence booster this late in the game.
Why are we forcing ourselves, though, to try to take down the person that ulted? You had beautiful judge kills. You got a nice trip kill on top of that. And now you're running through the smoke. The first one going through is the one through the smoke. That gives a free kill for Noted. You leave Corrupt out on an island because the smoke dissipated. And then you're left on a 1v1 where Tim, I mean, he's been really good. He's already dropping 21 as well. But you're asking a lot here for that side where you could have fallen back, set up your crossfire, force him to tap, something like that.
Again,
that might be the round here that allows NBG to tie up the game.
Yeah, with the lesser guns, Legacy are going to try and just cut deep early on through the elbow, but Link is still so easy for NBG to hold on to. You got to make deep cuts, and Jonah, that's one with the Sheriff. Pop back in, and Tim is dealt with that. One more in the tank. Let's do the same with Jonah. Force him to back away. And recognizing that the last two players may be here, he's going to try and outstretch with this Outlaw. Back into the Sheriff, sees the 1v1 and hightails it over to B.
A minute left, too. I mean, all of this time allows for him to reload all of his bullets, too. And look at Smiley. He's one-shottable from a Sheriff in the chest, one-shottable from an Outlaw, and then after this plant, you get an ult. So you have good value right after it if you want to use it right away.
Already right on top of it. One shot decides it. The momentum of this game, and Jonah's the one to find it. Game point here for Legacy on their map pick. And funnily enough, NBG beat them on Sunday here, 13-8.
And that's just redemption coming through here for the side of Legacy, where they threw a 1 versus 3. Jonah is able to salvage that round himself. Look at that. Just finding the timings, re-swinging these moments, and just gambling that somebody's going to overextend and catches them every single time. Very, very nice. That stops the momentum here that was built up for the side of NBG, especially after that Noted clutch.
Yeah, big hard stopper. And Blast, jump up. You really thought that was lined up, didn't you? But Car on the Blades shuts it down. And now we'll let the NBG stack wander back over to that weak B site, where Legacy are pounding on the door. Prowler out first for the Cubby. No doubt the second one to follow. Money for the inside of the shack, and Nightfall a little bit late, to be honest. Money not able to find anything, but Corrupt running up mid here, trying to grab a second! How does he restabilize? And with the screen, fakes the re-up to mid, and he's caught Screwface too. Freely able to duck back into mid and play for the 2v1. And yet, he's just gonna do it again. Absolutely disgusting, and exactly what you wanted to see. It was the one blemish on Legacy's record against Nightblood when they previously played, and it has been completely repaired. They look so ready to take this 2-0.
It's just unfortunate too. I was wondering what was going on towards that B site for the hold. Yes, it was a full execution and lots of utils coming in from the side of Legacy, but Smiley had a null command to work with. That would have stalled a lot of that util and that flood into the site. But in the end, you allowed that to happen. You allowed the lurk to happen on top of that too. And what a nice little 4K towards the end to tie that bow for the victory for Legacy. And again, any type of momentum that was built up for that clutch from Noted or Notes, it was just in shambles from the 4K or the clutch and the 4K that we saw the 2 rounds right after. And that's going to give a comfortable spot here for Legacy throughout the series.
Once again, those identities truly established. Nightblood's firepower boasts a lot of rounds and a lot of amazing moments, but ultimately, Legacy's map knowledge and intelligent gameplay gets them the distance. Let's pick it apart a bit more after the break.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Matchup between Nightblood Gaming and Legacy Kingdom all starting on Corrode. We've seen these two teams face off here just 2 days ago. Legacy Kingdom to pick the map. Didn't go too well last time, but a complete turnaround this time, being able to take the dub up 1 in the series. I mean, Dan, I guess that's what happens when you play so recently. You can learn a little bit, you can change things up, and we got to see a much better game coming out of them this time.
Absolutely, especially for Legacy on the defensive side and the things that they were doing. I feel like towards the end, it did get a little bit messy between the two because for Legacy, I mean, I was worried. I'm like, are they gonna be able to close this out? Is this gonna go overtime? A lot of 5-minute hits, and honestly, to be fair, taking advantage of some of the ultimates that they had early on, but then they were just kind of stuck and not really able to find a solution. They were not really fighting for that mid control on the attack side. But what changes it all is once again that player that he highlighted early on. It was Corrupt on this Viper. And when they're playing this 4-1 finally and they leave that Viper alone, just being so patient as we've talked about, and being able to get the 3K, then eventually that 4K to close it. It was a little messy again on the attack side, but for the defense, they do have a good idea of how they want to take that space. And it wasn't really only that chamber that I mentioned before. It was mainly just Muddy and Tim and how they were playing together. There were some great opportunities that gave them the advantage early on, and finally were able to close it out.
Yeah, I think they just played that push and pull so well. Even Tenric mentioning as well during the cast, like how they're able to flip the map in those late rounds. And that's why so many of those retakes came to fruition for the side of Legacy, were those flank positions where they're catching NBG off guard with some of that timing and the expectation that maybe it'd be more of like a sandwich retake and not expecting both players to be there. But it was really nicely played here by Legacy overall. And I think it's like kind of an interesting storyline as well, like them picking into the map that they lose, and then we're going to see the same thing going into Lotus, even though NBG have played that lots in the past. But I do want to give credit to Nightblood for how they were able to start, like, to try to claw back into that second half at the very least. I think the mid control that Nightblood was fighting for as well was really nice to, even though Legacy weren't contesting it as much at the time, just to ensure that they did gain that space with how important that mid control is here on that map.
It was nice to see that there was a couple of rounds there at the end, but Legacy Kingdom, I mean, with the amount of defensive rounds they were able to stack up, as well as some really great performances, it was just a little too much to bear. And we got to talk about a couple of these top performers on the team and talk about none other than Muddy and Tim. Corrupt had a great game, do not get me wrong, but Muddy was someone we highlighted before in our duelist head-to-head that we wanted to talk about, and we didn't get the opportunity actually to talk about Tim at all, and Tim had a step up and a half here.
Yeah, Tim went crazy on defense, just being so good at locking down that slightly stronger side of the map at times, depending on how that push and pull was being played, which I think that dynamic ability for Legacy to kind of vary the way that they are pushing that ebb and flow, just really great calling out of the side of Corrupt. But Muddy did such a good job on that waylay, going for those aggressive peaks with the light speed and then having that refract to get back into place as well. Often being supported by Tim if it's not going to be Jonah with him. And the fact that, like, I think there's so much impact that the paranoia had, and there was so much pressure on Tim with that piece of utility to find great value from it. That's when we started to see them having a bit more of that success on the attacking side as well, was when they were taking a lot of that A-Link control, the paranoia to push Nightblood Gaming back deeper into those sites over towards A typically, and allowing Muddy to take that space was just very nice synergy and great value out of the Omen.
Really showcasing how much members of this team have really gotten to play together and be able to grind out these games, and being able to see how that all came to light on that very first map win of Corrode, I think was really nice. And that's going to be a nice momentum to now take on forward into this series. Of course, these teams are 2-2. When we are looking at the scope of challengers, a win would put them positive. And Legacy Kingdom one map away from being able to do that. And heading into Lotus, this is going to be Nightblood's gaming map pick, of course. But again, we've seen these two teams play very recently, and last time they did, Dan, it was Legacy to win out on Corrode. But again, we just saw Legacy with a turnaround on their map pick. What can we expect Nightblood Gaming to now change up?
Well, I expect a little bit of the same for this map, to be honest. I think Legacy, I mentioned a couple of things that they had to do on the map of Road, and even if it was a different approach, they definitely understood how aggressive they wanted to get on the defense. Now it's going to switch up a little bit. You're going to see this side of Legacy on the attack once again as they play in that grand final, and it does seem like it's a map that they're very, very comfortable with. I feel like, unfortunately, for our first map on this side of Nightblood, we didn't really get to see a lot of Son of Car, which is very uncharacteristic. We mentioned how he was in the top 5 ranked players that we have in challenges right now, how good he has been. And well, it doesn't work out for the map of Corrode, but maybe you're hoping on the side of Nightblood that he's able to do it on this race that we've seen a little bit more of. This is the agent where I feel like he's been looking the most impressive. So if you're hoping to change things around, I feel like Lotus is a good chance, depending on, you know, what can you do on the defense that didn't really work out for you in the grand final.
Uncharacteristic, I think, was a very good way of putting it, to see the performance coming out of Sanakar on that very first map, and something that, I mean, Legacy Kingdom definitely had to appreciate when you don't have someone dropping 25 on you. So I'm excited to see him hopefully be able to turn it up in the second map, to be able to help Nightblood Gaming make it into this map 3. And again, when we have seen these two teams play so recently, I'm not necessarily, Ash, expecting any changes in terms of like the agents and stuff. Again, it's going to be within the server. It's going to be looking at the callers, and of course, looking at Screwface on the side of Nightblood with what he can call out.
Yeah, I think that's where it all lies, right? Is how are Nightblood going to look to protocol up against the double controller composition that we're expecting to see Legacy Kingdom pull out once again. And they have the experience playing up against it previously. We saw how Legacy Kingdom picked into the Corrode where they lost last time around. I know we keep saying that, but they made the adjustments that were necessary. They were able to learn from that match, and this is where it's Nightblood Gaming's turn to be able to repeat that same type of success with the confidence that we see them picking into Lotus with. Yes, it's one of their most played maps right now for the side of Nightblood Gaming, but I am really expecting, I think, a lot from them to be able to protocol, especially up against the Viper that we expect to see coming out from Corrupt. Again, like that lurk wall that you're going to expect over towards that A site. Deny that information, that passive kind of space holding that Viper can a lot there, which I think is where Nightblood previously struggled on defense, was not being able to kind of garner that rebel control as easily.
It's something to discuss is we keep talking about the changes that Nightblood Gaming can be making on the second map, but as well, Legacy Kingdom, I mean, they have that little bit of information. They know how to win on here. They could also just be trying to get like just one step forward. And when you're talking about Corrupt and just that individual performance on the Viper, Corrupt has also just been so good at calling throughout. Yeah. So I definitely think this is going to be a great second map of Lotus. And getting into the agents, again, we had highlighted that we're not necessarily anticipating any changes, Dan. We'll get to see things play out just how they did before.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting one. Just to mention again, they are starting in the same way that they did for the grand final, where Legacy was starting on the attack, and that's where they go most of the rounds. So it was just a couple more that they needed after that 4-8 to close it out. And if you are on the side of Nightblood and you want them to win that one condition, I feel like it is going to be Son of Car being able to have one of those performances that he's had before on this race. And now, is it going to be possible? He can be set up for it. There's a lot of resources for Son of Car to get those openings, to get for those Agrify Stores Rebel, when you have the Omen, when you have the Fate early on, when you have even the Breach that, as we mentioned, is not being played as much. It's still going to be things that you can allow in position so Son of Car can shine a little bit more. But I still want to favor Legacy Kingdom. I feel like they get the win on this map too.
Yeah, like carrying off the momentum that we saw from them on Corrupt, now heading into a Lotus that's also comfortable for this team. And again, I think we keep talking about that Rebel fight, but that's really where I think both of these compositions shine in very different ways. For Nightblood Gaming, Dan already talked about that aggression that we're expecting to come through. For Legacy, it's about getting that opportunity to maybe even retake that Rebel space if they do lean into allowing NBG to take that early on, and then having those opportunities to have someone insert on that side of the map while the rest of the team works over towards C and B, just so there are those chances to have those rotations come in and for the lurks to come through.
Well, going into Lotus, it's a match that these two are very familiar with. It's time to see what Nightblood Gaming has learned and if they can switch it up a little bit to take it into a map 3. Let's head into the server and find out with your casters, Vansili and Tenric.
Thanks, Sierra. And yeah, Legacy Kingdom looking to pick up that momentum and run with it here on Lotus, where they won previously, but still being Nightblood Gaming's pick. I entirely agree with the desk. A lot of this fight is going to be taking place on Rubble. These teams not only have the comps to break open those fights, but they've both been previously very confident in taking specifically that region of the map. On the flip side, though, I got to talk about the C-hold for a second, because Kumi and Blast on these Vices have been flipping quite often over to A-holds instead. Legacy Kingdom giving a lot of responsibility to the double controller to hold C, and Nightblood Gaming giving a lot of responsibility to the double initiator hold C. Vance, I don't know how much more Nightblood Gaming has for this map, but I assume there's some.
I assume so as well. I think the biggest thing for NBG as a win con for me is trying to get some pushes, because both of these teams are playing Vice, so you do have openings for you to push down a little bit more if you want to. So we'll get to that once we get to that. I think we want to start with the pistol round. It's already starting to get quite aggressive. NBG's going for that standard A rubble hold, while we're just going for the full exit towards B. The wall already splits up the site, and here's that walk-in. So that Muddy then finally gets his position given out by the Prowler, but he's already created all that space with this paint shell, with the paranoia. Although a lot has been used for the plant. Now it's NBG that has a lot more for the retake.
Yeah, Legacy gonna try and just generate some space because of that. Head over to C and maybe get a free kill out of it. Kumi very close to this hold. Corrupt finally gonna win the lurk duel against Son of Car, and Kumi is gonna get driven away because of it. And actually the C site, due to the complete lack of intel, is still completely open. Corrupt not able to escape back over to C site though, and so now Jonah gonna hold a little closer to Mound. How much util left? I mean, Smiley has a full kit available to take this over, so could very confidently go for this, but it's just gonna peek it dry, and Jonah shuts it all down into the Arc Rose flash on the double up. And there's the synergy that you're looking for. Legacy, by process of elimination, the lack of information on the A site to start things out, they can't set up shop on B reliably. They head over, they gain an advantage first, and then they collapse. They drop the hammer, keep 3 alive on the pistol.
And that's great work from Legacy. I actually haven't seen this pistol round ever done whatsoever by anybody so far. So by getting the information of all that util that was kind of like dumped, or the players are getting control here towards this A side, you save that wall on Corrupt's end for this sheer execution. And when you think here that you're selling a, hey, we're going to walk into B for a plant, they go for a 4-man push, even a 3-man push, sorry, into Waterfall to even not allow any type of C-hold to happen. And then because of this whole composition where you're just playing a Vice and the fade's already cut down on the A side, you can't really scan for information for your retakes, so these off angles are perfect for the side of Legacy. And that said, though, here, Tenrek, this is what I was expecting. This is what I like to see. Some aggression coming out here just because we're not playing a Cypher or anything. You have an opportunity to play these tight angles, this time with a Bucky on Son of Car.
And he's going to be able to find one before going down, holding so close despite the haunt clear. Again, NBG continuing to dissuade the level of confidence that Legacy wants to be able to push with. The kind of strategy that you would expect them to want to go for in order to put a stopper on this.
Yeah.
But no, now alone on the C site.
And it's fine. We're just going to slow things down for a bit. Now the shot, you give your position away on that side, but I want to give a little bit of praise here onto Corrupt for the last few rounds. The lurk that he's been doing here as an IGL for the team, getting the first pick on the pistol, this time doing already 1-on-1 damage on Screwface, so you weaken out the A side. So Legacy now has the workaround of working on that map, forcing out these rotates, and now it's a solo hold towards the A side because of all this noise.
Kumi, yeah, the Arc Rose opens him up, and he's actually going to keep fighting. So we're still kind of pounding on the front door here. Again, the second the push becomes a little segmented, it becomes a little scary. Jonah now good for 3, but is it checking close on the steps, and Screwface finds 1, tossing out the C's, and Blast finds the kill. And now the 1v1 against Note! Due to the decay, NBG steals away the follow-up.
What can you do? 3 guys walking into the A site, not clearing corners and not being aware of where positions could be at, and 3 of them got caught off guard.
Yeah.
I think that's all I can really say here for how this round went down in favor of the side of NBG. And I love that Son of Car was able to push forward to get that type of pick. But, I mean, all of these mistakes that happen here into these walk-ins, it is not good. It is not good.
Yeah, if this map quickly devolves into who makes more mistakes, then I feel like Nightblood Gaming is able to get a bit of a runaway going. That's where they thrive.
I feel that's where I could just sit back into my chair and just have you play-by-play.
That's all it really becomes, isn't it?
Legacy's committed, though. They did go for a force buy within this round, and with that opener onto note, you're already exiting into the Nightfall, thankfully, from all these kills that Jonah had from the pistol and the orb maxing that they've been doing. So now you're in a pretty good spot here to close the gap. You're going to try to play as a group, as a death ball, to fight back into the spawn.
Yeah.
Right there.
And back they go. Steps heard on both sides. Muddy with the hero rifle here. He's got to be the one. Flashes aplenty to go to the back, and after the swarm, Legacy's still standing. Screwface's Odin unable to really make a cut despite the decay, and Kumi surviving on a shred forces Jonah to peek, but he's able to quickly stop that.
I gotta save.
It's just Screwface left now. He'll have to just try and get out of here with this gun. It's the perfect level of aggression you want to see from Legacy Kingdom in a round like that. Immediately locking back in, no timeout necessary. We're right back to business.
And thankfully, silver lining is that Screwface is going to be able to save the Odin into this round. His credit is absolutely at 0, so that would have been a much expensive round for NBG to lose. And with this Odin, maybe they could salvage something, especially with Note buying a Vandal on top of that. But right here, the fact that you had these players just tucked in close within the wall, they expected the flash from the breach for the retake back towards that spawn, and none of them really got affected by it. So that is also the disadvantage that you have now with pulling out the breach into your composition. You have to make sure that you have the cleanest of flashes possible for you to allow these retakes to happen. But Legacy understands the weak points of these flashes, and they got great value for positioning.
Well, now NBG poking out a B main, 1 for 1 as Legacy treads onto A this time. One of the first times we haven't seen that util dump come out early to get someone onto rubble. Instead, it's just Screwface holding it down with an Odin, which is the other thing you'll see NBG go for here on A defense. Smiley in the boxes. Corrupt's got it. And it's awkward the rest of the way. Again, Kumi elongating the fight. Really natural at that. And a great paranoia lineup to force Muddy a little farther back. Still not nearly enough to come with, and Kumi's just gonna sense the danger. Get nothing on the way out. Yikes.
Got a dink. Silver lining. But yeah, it looks like
buy that armor back up, buddy.
Yeah, it looks like he definitely wanted to try to save the Odin going into this round as well. Again, another expensive round. You can see here, Screwface, what he has left. He's got 3,300 credits only, so they can't. He has to get the Odin bought by one of his teammates, and he has to go probably even small shields with it. And there you go. So you can see that the econ continues to stay quite low, and Legacy is doing a great job keeping it low against Nightblood Gaming so far.
Yeah.
Going back to the standard, though, we should have this haunt over towards Mound, take control on that side, too. Maybe even Prowler instead. Yeah, it starts with a Prowler.
Son of Carr, decent hold with Kumi's help. Again, good slowdown. That's what NBG is prioing in the first phase of this kind of round. Corrupt searching for a free lineup. Instead, he'll just take the distance and meet Screwface in the middle here, where he's waiting, but not able to win the duel. Corrupt is on one today. Oof. And the rest of Legacy feeling themselves as they make their way onto a now open B-side. Again, Corrupt has single-handedly driven the rest of the team over here now.
Yeah, Corrupt is just going to listen for noise. Right now, he's calling a team, but I think this is a bad call. Getting that kill on that C side already could allow for you to take over C, because you've opened up both sides already, and Corrupt could be the one inserting, cutting off the rotates. If anything, though, I love this mid-round pivot to, I was going to say, don't focus on the A side. Call it to push towards the B. Now, at least they'll play power numbers.
Yeah, just trade your way through it, but Smiley's still alive, and that's why you would make a different call in any other world. No reason, really, to not press that weaker C site that Legacy had already shown so much power on. Corrupt perhaps reading into the slow rotation over there, expecting a freer A site, which they perhaps feel more comfortable on, but a real head scratcher there.
Sorry, Chad, I think you just heard me smash my desk.
I mean, you should not get away with something like that. You really shouldn't.
No. Because like I said, as soon as you open up here towards that C site, And then like the best thing you have is that, okay, well, maybe there's some players weakened up, but you're kind of like at a 1-1. But instead, you stop for so long and you're calling for such a late rotate, you allow for the last two players to kind of just group up with each other and win the way that they did. Unfortunately, it shouldn't have happened that Smiley's gets away with 3 kills like this out in the open. That's just a lack of discipline towards the end. Because like I said, even if they grouped up together and they played a 4 versus 2, you have to be disciplined to make sure that you're playing off each other to go for these instant trades that's available for you on the side of Legacy. But you swung out 1 by 1 because you overcooked these calls. And now you give a chance for Nightblood Gaming to just fight back in this game. But thankfully here is that even if you won the round for Nightblood Gaming or you lost the round for Legacy, Nightblood Gaming still has a much lower buy. But they do have a healthier ult economy versus you.
Right. Either way, the bank is broken on either side after this round. Momentum going to shift heavily after it. The util dump from NBG telegraphed pretty early on, and Legacy gonna just bite the bullet, head over to that C site, but Kumi is fully set up this time, sheer on the door and everything. As standard and by the book as you can get. And the Nightfall, just to set things up as the sheer activates. Legacy trying to find an expedited way on top of it, but they don't find one that's reliable, and the reactive Nightfall has perfect timing to catch everybody. Son of Car showstopper as well. Still though, Legacy feels the need to commit, and in fact they will commit that Viper's Pit. But NBG, like you said, that ult economy is still much better for them. The Steel Garden gives them the freedom to push in again. And the decay matters not when the gun diff still persists. It's about to expire though, and they're holding pretty staunchly in this pit. Blast gets the one in the corner. And now, Legacy weaponizing this pit as an escape plan to get back over to B through this same back link that they used so well on their pistol. Blast having to hold so many open corners though, very vulnerable, and it'll give him away. Spike now fully committed to this B, and Corrupt again, the lurk flips the aggression back and necessitates yet another ultimate from NBG, a rolling thunder back on to give them the space again, a constant tossing and turning that Jonah will try to flip right back into the crunch, and Legacy will light it back up at the end of the day to give themselves a 4-2 lead, and once again, a little bit of stability.
Dude, that was such a huge cook and a gamble on the side of Legacy. I'm pretty
Corrupt
sure
is like, he is chugging along, dude.
The thing is, they should have understood the ults that were available for Nightblood Gaming, yet you're rushing into a C site when there's a Steel Garden retake, a Nightfall retake, and a Showstopper retake. Yet all of them trying to stay alive inside the pit to try to pivot back towards Waterfall. I'm sure you don't cook that type of strat being like, yo, let's dodge all 3 ults and then push into Waterfall. I mean, if anything, it's the adjustment towards the end on that side of Legacy to fight back the way that they did. But here's a trap play to rush outside the smoke, and Muddy's just spraying them all down.
Right, yeah, good risk assessment here from Legacy. But like you said, the on-the-fly thinking coming from them, it is really what's getting them over the line here. Working off of what they've got. Jonah gives away an arm with this Prowler, but Smiley can't really go fishing too far this time around. All the momentum you could ask for Legacy to run away with this attack half now, as it feels like a lot of the initial threats that NBG have tended to pose, particularly on either the rubble, like decimation with the quadruple util dump to fully take that over, or Screwface able to single-handedly do that with the Odin and Tree. Feels like neither of those are really meaning much to Legacy, as they're able to just fish into C to start a lot more often now and just play the fights from there.
Him, by the way, TP'd in front of somebody's face and still killed him in that replay. That was quite nice. But yeah, but Legacy's going back into the fight. I love this deeper pit or poison orb here, so you can try to swing out, but they didn't swing out as a team. NBG's now punishing them, and finally Blast goes for the trades.
Still holding on to util when everyone's so close quarters. They are able to make it work as Screwface is alone now. Note, TP's just in time to peek into 3. Has a smoke available, and we'll go ahead and cycle it once it's traded onto stairs to gain that passive space back. Legacy again, want to drive the needle into A potentially, but with a minute to go, options aplenty.
And yeah, with everything that's happened in the last round that they had, the last time they had player advantage, it looks like they're just stalling here this time for Legacy. They just want to hopefully see if somebody from Nightblood Gaming, can make a mistake. If you open this door, there's no way to Prowler inside. You can maybe haunt if you want to. Flash for info. It's going to be the flash instead. So they could start scaling up slowly into tree and use the haunt for the A side hit.
30 seconds left.
Bit of a foot race here to beat Kumi, though. 3v1 versus the 3v2. More than enough to deal with one. Starting to corner Note. Tim gonna hold this plant. Vulnerable position that Note's gonna take advantage of. Almost fully.
Player
A
standing.
1v1. As Tim does have his ultimate after he could spot Kumi the first time, but Kumi's peaking game has just been so good. And with that Rose, it's tough to make the call of where to commit to, and Kumi's found it. Almost looking at camera there for a second.
Yeah, exactly.
Chad, is this real?
So far, I mean, this is some huge hero plays that we're seeing from Nightblood Gaming. You remember Smiley's 3K before, but the fact that Note was being run down by utility on the A side, shot the haunt that gave his position away, yet holds a tight angle and is still able to spray down 2 players before he gets picked off to allow that 1v1 to happen right there. Spacing was not the best, but hey, we'll take it on the side of NBG. And that's another round converted on their end with hero plays. And you talk about these momentums that Legacy is able to get. I don't think so. Right now, it's really going toe-to-toe with how they're even in terms of these duels. And it's more on NBG capitalizing on a lot of these mistakes coming out from Legacy, like that.
Yeah, there's another one that Son of Car is able to munch on. Very opportunistic game.
Yeah, and it's simple things like, I mean, I guess you don't expect somebody to hide inside that that smoke with a judge, but if you were to expect for somebody to move in there, you gotta go for the 3-2-1 90-degree swing into the smoke, ping pong into it, making sure that the guy that's inside the smoke doesn't see the barrel of your gun first, so you could at least have some sort of a trade. But Son of Car gets an easy ace towards the end. And if that's gonna be a highlight on Valorant socials, then it's just me yapping over Legacy's mistakes. Son of Car gets an ace. Unlucky.
Well, it is a good dissection of what is really keeping Legacy from establishing a decent gap. It really just feels the tiniest bit uncoordinated.
Yeah.
And Legacy gonna call a timeout for it. Gonna get their gonna get themselves back in line.
Yeah. We'll have to see what we'll try to cook up this time around for Legacy. Because right now we see like the difference in composition where Corrupt again has been getting a lot of value of lurking towards the A side, but when there's no util being thrown here at the beginning for NBG, that's how Son of Car inserted himself inside of that smoke and surprised the walk up here from Legacy trying to play the contact play, because they thought on their end they've been getting a lot of value on these slow plays over on that A site and getting good punishments against players inside tree. So now I feel like this has got to be like, okay, we got to start using a lot more utility at the very beginning if you want to start working for the rubble control, because you can't, this is easy for you to go for, you know, the haunt on the top if it gets shut off or whatnot, and then just start using your prowlers, flashes to get through, and then you fight with util. That seems to be the case now. They want to start disrespecting here Nightblood Gaming's A site.
Do you have enough time to do it this half, though? Haven't really conditioned it too well. It's just been mostly walk-ups when you have advantage. And again, Legacy loves playing solely off advantage. Early shear to deter. Nightblood's still pretty stacked up. Muddy with the clear on the showstopper. Able to take over the whole of site. Still have some stuff available to throw at the problem until you fully flush him out. And Legacy will use that to try to take over drop. Now Son of Car popping out his own ult to clear out all the other dead space and gets away with one on the way down. Tree still not fully cleared though. Prowler able to catch Blast. Legacy sent into a bit of a frenzy, but the smoke's able to reset the fight. Couple isolated 1v1s into the team swarm that Kumi still stays alive for, but Blast posted up a tree all along can cement this, and now with the Steel Garden to fully commit. Doesn't really keep Screwface too far back, though. We'll just force him to commit to fully saving as there's no more time now.
Yeah, I'll definitely keep him back this time around. I still want to commend the pathing, though, that Sunakar had to move inside the door. As soon as it was tapped on the attack side, just to fake a presence that there's people rotating out, he just passed and make sure that he clears towards that tree. Just unfortunately can get that second one onto Kumi, and enough time was wasted here. Sorry, onto Blast. So enough time was wasted here, and even Blast got value of trading out with his teammates through that smoke from that tree side control. Right over here, just very nice. Even Fault Line on top of that to support. So yeah, that's one of the biggest things here that we see from a Breach comp in the past when it was first introduced into Lotus, is how much it's really good for the Flood retakes. NBGs have been having decent results out of it, especially trying to leverage off big ults to try to take control of that, but Legacy was able to hold. This time, though, a full push outside of Rubble, solo hold towards C-Site, hit by the Nightfall. Nope, has to escape.
That's the only justification you need. Oh, no, that's a bit sloppy, and Muddy's going to punish.
No, Muddy is actually still alive. He's in spawn.
Yeah. And he... What?
Oh.
All right.
I'm just gonna keep coloring of like, yeah, these are nice duels.
I think you just save now, like.
Yeah, you have to. You have to.
That's ridiculous, dude.
It's a 5v2 at this point. Nothing you can really do. I mean, if anything, on a side of note, he tried to throw the smoke. He tried to throw a paranoia and maybe hopefully avoid the Nightfall, or maybe was left unaccounted for. And as soon as that hits him, he's trying to TP to safety. He gets hit by a haunt because he looks like he bumped into the side. I think he was just trying to get it towards that waterfall, but just missed that gap in that time to get through. And that already just topples down the Seaside defense. And it's so hard to retake at that point when 4 players are focused for Rubble control.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, they can make it so exponential so easily. And Muddy happening to stay alive for so long. Certainly helping out with that. Yeah, that's goofy.
And we stop the bleeding. The tempo's still the same, right? You're stringing 2 rounds, you're losing, you're stringing 2 rounds, you're losing. This I'm losing 2 rounds in a row on the side of NBG. So far, despite the whole chaos and what we're trying to do here for the side of the attack, NBG is doing a great job just making sure that the gap stays quite close on our defense. So they could leverage this double initiator, the Rolling Thunder, farming out the orbs. The standard way of playing Lotus with a Breach in your comp here to get max value off your sight hits.
Once again in deceit, Legacy really feel like they can twist the knife this time. And Corrupt's back on the lurk. Back in form. High-low, not covered properly, and it nets NBG so much value. Prowler doesn't single-handedly get all that, and again, it's not all together.
Sorry, I was chuckling because the Rolling Thunder saved him. The Rolling Thunder pushed him outside of his side. Let me go meet up with Corrupt. But if anything, though, Tenric, I do respect what Legacy was doing in that previous round. They knew here that, Kumi was actually set up passively towards that C set again, where you're playing the Steel Garden retake like they did previously. So they tried to push out towards that spawn, but then we played a high-low for NBG on top of that, and we just denied that push. So a very good read towards the end. And again, just commending what Nightblood Game's been able to do. Despite them losing a lot of these big swing rounds, they were able to salvage a couple back to keep this game quite close. And now it could still be anybody's game. Pistol round is going to be super important right now for both of these teams. More importantly for NBG to stay alive in this series and try to push this into a third map of mine.
Inching closer. With that first A execution. We'll see how much conditioning NBG is able to do to keep Legacy from having that same level of confidence on top of their screen. But again, you see, like Blast is over here on A, while Corrupt single-handedly on top of Mound with the shear, and that's all he's got.
Yeah. If anything for NBG, that's what I was talking about before too, right? Both of these teams are playing Vices, so on the defense, you feel you could start pushing a little bit more. So that's why you have Sunakar still watching these pushes towards the C side, so they could maybe punish these type of over-aggression on the defensive side. So far, it's just Corrupt jump spotting, and he's finally gonna get spotted here and forced to fall, but actually out in the open.
And fully collapsed on because of it. Heads out rather than in. And that's the in that NBG are looking for. Though the shear still has to be cleared, and Legacy can make it back in time. Paranoia from Tim to cover the opener, but we've already made our way in. And NBG again, hold it down. Now to inch ever closer, ever more forward, as Legacy again go for the soft reset. Jonah holding Waterfall, at least trade it away. And NBG should be able to just ladder from here. Walking on, Muddy, flipping it up to give Blast an open angle. Turns it into a 1v1.
It's not planted for him.
The hits keep coming. Arcro's free for Kumi. Blast looking behind him. Now the check on the boxes, and he makes it work.
You have to be smart.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, you deserve that, Blast. You could definitely go back and shoot another bullet. That was not supposed to be a round to be won by Legacy. Because I was just about to say, Son of Car staying towards that long seaside. Maybe he spotted a bomb at a head or something like that, because that was a perfect call for the fault line to try to get that stun. There's no escape coming out from Corrupt. He even got C's on top of that. You're forced in the hand of Tim out in the open because pain shells are being thrown on the attack side, yet Blast comes through with a clutch of a lifetime to win that for Legacy and continue the spread that they have against NBG. Everything in terms of execution for the pistol round to slow momentum mid-round push into Seaside was perfect for NBG. Sometimes it comes down to the aim once again, and it's Legacy on top.
Just the mix-up in the moment as well. Having Muddy playing as that body at such, like, again, at the drop of a hat. Should be pretty cut and dry from here. NBG are gonna gun it and run it for a moment. But Legacy keeps you standing and are 4 rounds out from sealing this series, getting themselves to 3-2, and I think finalizing the new ceiling that we've been kind of teasing about this team.
And we'll take that small trade, even though we lost 2 weapons on that side here of Legacy. The fact that Corrupt is able to farm so much on this Judge, getting closer and closer to the ult here on the side of the defensive end. Blast is already close to his Steel Garden 2. Thankfully, though, this allows NBG to still have an okay round because they have weapons advantage. And there's not big ults on the side of Legacy yet. They're just setting up here for a trap play, going for a blind util play towards this rubble. And it's won here by NBG. Until that happens.
Yeah, it's him finally able to run up to it. Again, Legacy's so committed to the bit here of taking rubble once they've gone for it. And they'll make it work. Couldn't be more clear where we're headed. As NBG cross the extra T's and I's here on B. Before the exec into the baby door. Nobody can break through there. Let's see if Blast can do it again. How many more guns you can get out with. I mean, even get rid of one more rifle here would be great, but...
So much for their elite agents.
Similar story. Hey, buy yourself an armor for the next round, Screwface. The gun round does come in for NBG, so no big surprises coming through after that wide swing that Tim got and catching 2 players off guard. And now this is... There has to be some sort of denial here for Seaside Control. If I were in the shoes here of Legacy, I don't want to let the showstopper get ready for Son of Car and for them to start using big ults here for site takes. Because you're 2 away here on that side. Son of Car is already moving towards C at the very beginning. They're still doing this pistol round. Lots of noise being thrown on the A side. Son of Car watching towards long C. Again, another head-to-head against Corrupt. And already we're moving back once again into C very quickly.
Yeah, way to speed things up here. Force Legacy to make that judgment call. Again, block by block. Finally forcing Corrupt to up that orb.
I was questioning too. Screwface was tapping on that orb first, but finally gave it to Son of Car. Now you're trying to delay.
Wow. Yeah, Muddy trying to press out on the Steel Garden and he'll get away with 1, but NBG are able to skirt the majority of it.
That kill, it gives Son of Car the showstopper. So now they could rework the mid-round. If there's people that are overextending at this part, they could get punished. So I think they're starting to realize it here for Legacy. They're just jiggling for information, trying to fall back as much as they can, and Tim finally jump spots and sees him here.
Jonah close enough to stall.
30 seconds left.
Just walking right up. Again, judgment call from NBG where you press into with this ultimate. Son of Car can't find anything, but it's used to open the ground. Smiley presses open with 2. Last found on the run back. So with just enough time, NBG will make it onto this A site.
And Corrupt won't be able to flank. That wall gets activated, procced up. They know he's flanking from A side.
Nothing free. NBG know where they need to play. Corrupt's got to deal with every other variable. Does give him a free swing on the tree, but it's managed.
I want to respect the play that Tim just did by just hiding behind the wall that Corrupt put up. And he never threw any type of smokes quite early. Like, for example, he jumps and spots 3 players towards the A entrance. He doesn't smoke up towards that double box that usually players will like to do and prevent players from moving into the A site, because it allows now the pathing in the showstopper to go into B, where it's actually weak side as well. He doesn't actually throw one up towards the site either, towards A. He's actually moving up towards the wall, and they force up the Viper wall instead, so that you force out the showstopper even earlier and even punished it.
Well, now Cart just going to try and get another one rolling here on the eco. Legacy going for the full-blown fight, showing themselves this time, and they'll get away with a couple kills along the way. Corrupt now the only one left, though, and only has the shotgun available to him in the 3v1. Once again, loving the speed that NBG are starting to take with this. Obviously, just to finalize this economy going forward for them, level of confidence certainly will change, but you wonder how Legacy are going to be able to divvy up the resources this time around. Because it seems like at this point they understand that NBG is going to be able to outrun them if they spring the trigger first. And you see Legacy with, you know, something like that Steel Garden 2 rounds ago, trying to spring the trap a little early and catch them before they would really activate. But it's just a little too out of reach.
If anything, the map control's out of reach here for Legacy. They're consistently doing these 4-1s on the defensive side. I'd respect it. Standard way of playing this Rubble control or even Lotus on defense, but it's too standard. NBG have just been staying towards that spawn in the beginning and then just going for hits towards that C site. Whatever they catch on rotates, they could just re-hit anywhere else in the mid-round, and Legacy's not ready for it because the defense is kind of like spread thin. I talked about like the opportunity for them to be a little bit more aggressively here or there because they're playing against a Vice and not like a Cypher, or maybe they're trying to figure out where the Haunt could be thrown in the first place and try to leverage some more aggressive lines. And I think that aggressive line should be towards B. Right now you can play, maybe cut the rotates, cut even the lurk that Kumi's been getting value to towards the mid-round on the top of B. Save that util too for your flood retakes into the A sites, because if you're trying to use that for Rubble control, it's just being avoided in the beginning.
Right. Yeah, so much empty usage at this point. And none of it was really even conditioned. Odin spam from Jonah, gets some chip onto Screwface, but nevertheless, NBG press on. Again, endlessly confident at this point, knowing that that's how they want to continue playing. Jonah's just going to keep these bullets flying. Again, tickle the members of NBG until they're once again a little bit intimidated by the potential stack that is now here.
And they want to give it the space here for Legacy.
Face your fear!
Look at their positions right now. They just want to avoid the big ults for the site execs. So Nightfall first, there's Rolling Thunder. And now's that Flood to come back here on the side of the defense.
Yeah, Jonah ate it all by himself, and the rest of Legacy comes on completely confident and completely locked in. That's exactly how they needed to take that round, and they do it without dropping a singular other body. As clean as you want to be able to get Legacy back on track here.
Can I get a drop?
And the responsibilities are there. Blast, stay on top of that B site. Just make sure you shut down Kumi on the late lurks. Gets it done. Even pre-round, before that happens, they actually they put the flower towards the C mount instead of having a body always committed to jump spot instead. So you can actually flash for timings, find information there, and then just stack up towards that site. And you stack super passively because you identified the big ults for the site takes. And then the rest was unfolded in front of our eyes. We saw that retake, not allowing NBG to really set up after these ults. It becomes beautiful. Spam to spam though, and it's being won by Screwface.
And if there's anyone who knows that spot, it's him. And Blast is actually going to get found out as well. Very early on. Peeking out of stairs.
That's unfortunately wall down.
As soon as the screen is gone, you're good to go.
Yeah, he had to be the one not dying, because if you look at the setup here on the defense as well, it was going to be a flash here for Corrupt to even swing out from mounds. You needed that wall for passive information, the stalls from the Razor Vines towards that site. This is NBG closing the gap one more time.
They keep on finding a way. Nightfall from Baby, so Screwface turns to it.
Huge.
Rest of Legacy is in, and fragging! Huh? Again? I feel bad that I didn't know what happened.
Yeah, if anything,
that sucks. I guess they won.
Yeah, if we're looking at that minimap, everything was actually perfect for the retake for Legacy. You started off with the paranoia in front of that front B side. You kept Tim kept two players really at bay at that front side so that the lurk could actually come through for the flank in the end. That was actually being won. I think that was Blast. I rotated from that back. And if not, Jonah with the Nightfall got immense information on all the players holding inside that site, which allowed Muddy to just follow the tethers and just blast everybody down on that retake.
Still enough. As now, still NBG have some ults to approach with, but Corrupt now with this pit. We'll see how proactively he plays it on the boxes right now with the help of Tim. The double controller setup here on Mound. And both members playing into their own piece of utility. The Arc Rose for one, the Smoke for the other. But both are weighted out, and now both Prowlers and a Fault Line are going to get used to flush Tim out. Corrupt still not found. There it is. They will find it. And again, the confidence can approach here on C Mound.
Cover going out.
Tim might get caught by the same thing that happened before. Kumi should be ulting into the site, and Tim needs to find a way out.
Just really wants to get the paranoia value, it seems, but yeah, that Steel Garden, too strong, and they've just got to hightail it. Thank God Muddy's here. Wrong thing to shoot. You're found out, you just got to frag. Let's see what he can do as the spike gets flown down. Note, can't hold it. Now there's help. Jonah's here. Outside of the smoke, Screwface can't find the shot. Too much to manage. And again, NBG is fully suffocated by Legacy Kingdom. Now 4 match points to themselves.
That is just twice now that Tim and Jonah, with the util that they have to muffle up the sound, comes up with tremendous value. Because he throws that paranoia into the front C side, and despite the whiff shots in the very beginning from the Rays on that backstab from Muddy, I don't think they understood where the shots came from. So it just kept pushing forward, was able to get that flank off. And then while everybody's so focused on trying to hold back into a late push from Muddy on that retake, everybody just waited for a coordinated re-hit from Legacy to flood back into the C site. And it worked pristinely. Every single one of them got dropped on the side of NBG. Clean sprays from the Odin from Jonah. Now interesting walls here coming out on the defensive side of Legacy just so they can get the pit out as soon as possible. And that will also kind of just give a good chance for NBG to take advantage of a B site with that type of wall. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, it feels like you can get way too much space on it.
Oh.
The Arc Rose is just going to let Corrupt grab a freebie.
Yeah, well, Arc Rose with Haunt, it actually did get a ping, so that was actually very nice here.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Yatasha.
No.
Okay, dude.
Blinding prep.
I'm not gonna color. Everyone's just gonna spray and get kills.
I mean, what are you gonna
happen this round.
do? Like, game's just gonna be played, I guess. All right, well, Legacy's up on top of this. Again, they want to put their foot on the diaphragm, and that should be the fight to do it.
Enemy remaining.
Just Screwface left to clutch.
30 seconds left.
And he's already got to use a lot to get out of dodge here. Spike already stranded and 25 seconds to go. Oh, count your days, my friend. I do believe that settles it, no?
Screwface has gone huge on the first map of Corrode. There's 10 seconds left. He's doing this. He's going to make it, right?
Left.
Everybody's isolated on 1v1s. He's got this. 5, 4. Plant.
Give him a chance. Come on.
No. Ain't happening.
Well, it's the same score that Nightblood ended up beating Legacy on, or actually, it's the same score that Legacy ended up beating Nightblood on here in map 2 as well. Same business as usual for Legacy, just, again, playing very opportunistically, able to find a lot more value out of those moments and generate them into some really scary set plays for retakes.
Yeah, if anything, though, at least on the side for Legacy, they still have to fight a lot here for this victory on that second map, especially. Even though it looked like very one-sided on a 13-8 scoreline, they had to really think through here off timeouts how to reposition themselves, because the default that was being thrown here on the side of Nightblood Gaming was actually really good to kick things off and to start. But thankfully, they figured out their footing as soon as they had their money right, and also when they had their big ults, and they're able to just keep them at bay and make sure they close this on a 2-0.
Yeah, good to see, again, what these teams are capable of, and they still have so much more to prove. We'll see where they have to go and where exactly we are after all of today, after the break.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, it was a rematch between two teams, and in the end, it's going to be Legacy Kingdom to take the series heading into the second map. I mean, question was on Nightblood Gaming. What could change? What has changed? But in the end, Legacy to take a good game over Nightblood and close out this series. I mean, Dan, looking back at it, it was an interesting game. It was a fun game, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. My microphone is falling on. Okay,
my bad.
No, I thought it was going to be a comeback happening towards that second half of Lotus. It seems like Nightblood were finally getting an understanding on how they wanted to play this, and honestly, all the credit goes to Son of Car, the one player that we highlighted of, okay, if the team is going to have a competitive map, if they're going to close it out, it's going to be Son of Car, and he was doing incredible, but unfortunately, it's just not enough for the side of Nightblood, because you see a Legacy timeout, and then you see how they follow up from that. You see them catching those individual mistakes that Nightblood were committing. You also see them catching Son of Car finally and denying him from getting that first kill that it seems like he was doing constantly into the second half. And that way, finally, they regained control of the map. They were able to close it out. When it was 9-8, that's when I was, it just really felt like it was a turning point. But Son of Car being able to get shot down was that win condition for the side of Legacy, and that's exactly what they were able to do. So I'm super happy with the evolution that they had inside of the map to get this score.
I think so much of that success also just being on the backs of both Tim and Jonah once again. Like the utility that was coming out from the Fade pick, the fact that the Paranoias were always hitting as well, they found so much value consistently with both of those kits to find those favorable fights. And then at the end of the day, it all gets like wrapped up very nicely in a package with Corrupt, and the calling that we said was coming from them from the top of day. And a lot of those mid-round pivots, I think, even when things got really dicey, got really even sloppy in some moments, it felt like those mid-round calls from Corrupt were what really were able to turn those moments around for Legacy, and the trust that his team had in making those changes. That like it goes back to like that one round on C that I can remember, like that front site pit going down. It looks really awkward because Nightblood have so many ults to push back into the site with, and then it's a call to make that pivot over towards Waterfall and get the plant down. And all of those lurk timings were just so good from the IGL. NBG, it was definitely a hard fought battle. It's tough to be losing 13-8 on both maps as well. I feel like it could have been a different series if we did see Son of Car having a stronger start to the day. I think Hero definitely could have gone the way of NBG, but a really clean end to the day here from Legacy, despite it all.
And for Nightblood Gaming, I mean, you can definitely take that as just like a learning opportunity. Of course, at 2-2 before this series, this was an important one, but Nightblood aren't out of it yet. But to be able to see Legacy Kingdom, and I feel like that growth that they've had throughout their time within Challengers, and just see like how clean this team has been looking when you're looking at some of this coordination between how players are setting each other up, etc. I think this is especially good. And now, I mean, Dan, they're one away from being able to get a spot in playoffs, and I think that is amazing.
It was a turning point, as we mentioned before, so it's great to see the success that they've been having. And, you know, when it's 2-2, you know it can go either way. You know it can snowball into, you know, making it to that playoffs, making it to the 4-2 that you're looking forward to get, or starting getting those loses, and then you start to get a bit more concerned in the case of Nightblood. But yeah, I'm super happy for Legacy. I feel like they were amazing. They fixed a lot of the things that they had to fix, both before the match and during the match, and that's everything that you can ask from them.
100%. So I'm excited to hear from the team as we have Muddy on the line now for our post-match interview to chat about that 2-0 victory. First off, congratulations on this win. You've gone up against Nightblood really recently. That was a lot closer of a series then. How did that time facing them feel up against this time now?
It feels great. Right now it feels even better. Like just destroying them 2-0, it just feels nice.
So I gotta ask, what was that biggest changing point from the last time to this time, specifically looking at that corrode? Because that was a really strong defense from y'all.
We just knew their game plan, and we played better when we already knew what they were doing. So that's basically it.
And there was no worries that it could have been the similar case for them, or you just had that confidence in the team throughout that you could do it?
No, we just played our own game plan. We stick to what we know and what they know. And yeah, we just played better than them at the time. We read everything.
I mean, definitely a great performance from you then and now. So congratulations on that. And with this win, you're now positive in Challengers 3-2. That's one win away from playoffs. So how is that feeling, and what's your confidence like going on forward?
It feels great. It feels great. I can't wait for the next team to play, and I feel very confident right now for the next team.
And real quick as my last question, I want to ask a little bit about you as a player, because you're someone who's been a lot of fun to watch in the server, and I want to know how you feel about your own performance, especially stacked up in a really strong league.
My performance is pretty good. I think I could do better. These opponents are not that hard. They're pretty easy, I'm not gonna lie.
So expect more from Muddy going on forward.
Yes.
Perfect. Muddy, congratulations on this win. Best of luck. Cannot wait to see more from you, and have a good night, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for chatting. Back over to the desk. Confidence coming out here. I mean,
Simple.
Legacy Kingdom, yeah, they had the confidence in the rematch. They're feeling good on the day, and I'm excited to see what they can do going on forward, especially too now at 3-2, looking at this bracket and everything. That's one away from a playoff spot. And Ash, I think that is especially exciting for the team. But I mean, the teams are going to get more difficult. Muddy had talked about the competition not being too hard as of yet, and that might change.
Yeah, I think that's the expectation as we move deeper into the competition. But at the same time, I think it's important to be able to maintain that confidence and composure, because you can't get intimidated by stronger teams that you're going to be facing up against in the future. You definitely have to carry that winner's mentality forward.
I'm super excited to see the 3-1 teams. I can't wait to see what the next teams are that are going to be making it to playoffs. And I feel like this is where it gets so interesting for the week 3, week 4 of the Swiss stage, where teams are starting to find out, and we start to find out who are the better teams. I think the biggest surprise, obviously, as we mentioned last week, it was Cuber Academy making it that 4-1 instead of the NV that we've seen throughout the year. So I like that we're changing things up just a bit ahead of Ascension, ahead of playoffs. It's all going, I think, as chaotic as we would expect it to be.
I mean, things are already going to be switched up from that stage 2. You're looking at a Burger Boys that were just eliminated earlier on in the day on the side stream. That is crazy. And looking at those 2 and 3s, teams that are 1 away from being knocked out. SRB, they live to fight another day, but they're still in a very precarious situation. So the lower half of this is super exciting, and I cannot wait to see those 3-1 teams that are going to be playing tomorrow, both on the main broadcast. So, and if you're excited for those games, I got some good news for you, followed by a little bit of bad news, because unfortunately you do have to wait. That is it for our Valorant coverage today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure to tune into the side stream to catch a little bit more Valorant. If not, we'll see you back here tomorrow.
I mean, how many times are you getting recon value from Aura as well
exactly.
on your attack side? This is just a write-off. I mean, there could have been some sort of plan being built up on this side to try to stop how TSM are working their defensive aggro line on Timotino, but you just tried to throw every single thing against him and just
shot onto Thief. Again, such value found at the most minuscule times. And there's been a read onto where 7 is posted up at the least. B-Dog giving that opener to Jake, able to pinch it, and now B-Dog has a bit of an open sight line, but YFP is starting to fade away. Rest of his team not giving enough, and there's just not a second! How does he restabilize? And with the screen, fakes the re-up to mid, and he's caught Screwface too. Freely able to duck back into mid and play for the 2v1. And yet, he's just gonna do it again. I do believe that settles it, no?
Screwface has gone huge on the first map of Corrode. There's 10 seconds left. He's doing this. He's going to make it, right? Everybody's isolated on 1v1s. He's got this. 5, 4.
Give him a chance. Come on.
No.